No way. This over-exaggeration needs to stop, boys. It needs to stop. Hey, I'm still here, buddy. I'm still here. But the flip-flopping ones, they're still flip-flopping, buddy. They are still flip-flopping. They are still flip-flopping. And it's a little depressing to see. I'm still giving it here 100, man. Look, like I said from the very beginning, we're going to be starting in a minute, but this is all speculation. None of it is real, none of it is confirmed, and it's all speculation until it comes out. I have held that line from the very beginning. I don't know what else to say. I think I'm literally, apart from me and Paris, who I'm hoping to have here on Thursday. Let me go get my coffee. Let me go get my coffee. I mean, you got grown men crying, man. Come on. No, fuck. I drink whatever the wife gives me. She give me coffee, it's coffee. But coffee good. Coffee good. Let me just organize this real quick. All right, I'll be right back, chat. Yo! Do you know what I forgot to do? I actually forgot to change the thumbnail. At least I changed the title. I forgot to change the thumbnail. I've now updated the thumbnail. Nah, audio is working. Come on. Audio is working. Yeah, it's working. Audio is working, man. Come on. This fan has to come on. Are you serious? You can't hear anything? If we have any time today, I'll put it on. Oh, you can hear? Thanks. Hey, you guys got ousted. All right, let me put this fan on. Let me just get my. All right. No, don't do that. Come on, it is baking in this room. Hey, Adidas. I'm doing good, thanks. Thank you for that super chat. Thank you for that 2 months of membership. Dude, I think what Nicola's saying here is on par, right? Because you now I don't mean to be calling out people. I've said from the very beginning that shit is not real until it's confirmed. Now, there's been a couple of people in my Discord as well where we've had like conversations. I did actually try and get Paris on tonight along with J-Rock. J-Rock was a 50-50. Paris is actually out of town, so maybe for Thursday I can get him on. He's not going to be available Friday, so I'm trying to get Paris and J-Rock on for Thursday where we can discuss this in more depth. But, I mean, do you remember back in 2023? The console war is officially over. It's all about the games, and Xbox has the games. They were stacked before ABK, so it didn't matter where the games went. Now, why does it matter now? That's my question, right? That's my question. Why does it matter now? It's not about Nicola, to be honestly. It's just, why does it matter now? Yes, I will. If it's live and I'm available, 100%. If it's not live and there's going to be a video clip of it, then I'll do that as well. Right? I've always said that until it's confirmed, just take it with a grain of salt. And for those of you that watched my video yesterday, I clearly outlined every single point that was being made. The Verge continuously says Microsoft are considering putting this over there, considering putting Gears of War, considering putting Starfield, considering putting Halo, considering. I mean, you can consider having sex with a bear if you want. It doesn't mean you're actually going to have one unless you're playing Baldur's Gate 3. In which case, I genuinely believe the odds are quite higher than considering. Yeah, we're seeing a lot of people backpedaling now, and it's crazy. It's really crazy to see how many people are backpedaling after one tweet. One tweet is all it took for everyone to hold the line, as they say. But our bottom isn't even on today. Oh. Hate to say it, but he's Make us work. One of the things. Now, I try to be as real as possible. I look at things objectively. I look at things subjectively. If it's going to happen, it's going to happen. Now, do I still think that certain games will go over to PlayStation and Switch? Yes, I do. I think the lower level games eventually will make their way out. And if you've watched my video yesterday, I reckon that this whole situation is because of ABK. I think ABK is going to primarily be kind of split. If anyone actually has any information on the trial or can find information on the trial that's ongoing, I think that's having a really, really nasty effect on Microsoft. But if they pull ABK away from Xbox and they can kind of still give, Xbox users those games, but they will go to other platforms, that opens the window for much easier acquisitions. So this is the situation where they had an aneurysm when they got a tweet that says, next week will be better. Don't believe everything you read. How long have I been saying this? Like literally, how long have I, and Paris for that matter, been saying this? How long have I been saying this? In fact, there's a number of you in the chat that have been saying this. There's a number of you in my Discord that have been saying this. Why do you need to... You get it for free. Do explain, Xcoin. I mean, I think I've kept it real. I think I've kept it, up to date. I think I've kept it, consistent, in my opinion. And if I faltered, do let me know. But I don't think I've faltered anyone. I think I've been quite consistent in my views, in my videos, in my points, where everything that's happening is thing. Now, I have heard, and again, take this how you want, that the information that was leaked regarding Starfield and stuff like that, that leak was deliberate. Now, how true that is unknown, because I wasn't there at the time, so I can only report on what's happening, but it makes perfect sense. It makes perfect sense why it would be real. Right? For me, that makes perfect sense. Why does it make sense? What's the Discord link? Let me get that for you just now, buddy. Man, if this was Twitch, I can just do exclamation Discord. But it is not Twitch. Let me... Is it not at the bottom of my... Is it not in the description below? Before I go scrummaging for it? It should be in the description below. I should really have a notepad here with all of this information on. One thing I did forget to do is post this into the Discord so people can be aware that I'm actually live. So let me do that now. New window. YouTube. Yeah, it's got the new thumbnail. All right, let's go. All right, I can get you the Discord link now as well. There we go. Discord is here. Just die already. God, how can I not catch you? That's the Discord link. Feel free to join. Everyone is welcome. There is no pay barrier for this. That's done. Streaming. I cannot find a bot to actually do it for YouTube streaming. It just doesn't work. All right, that's all done. All right, that's all done. All right, where were we? Again, that the metrics are under will be ported. Game Pass won't go to other platforms. It's quite look, in my video that I did yesterday, I came up with a few solutions. Number one, ABK and ZeniMax will be used as, you know, third party. They'll be like split from Microsoft Game Studios, and those games will go multi-plat. But everything within Microsoft Game Studios will remain exclusive. So if Microsoft then decide to go and buy another studio like Atlas or the Yakuza studio or whatever studio they want, let's say Naughty Dog, for whatever reason Sony's going to sell them, they're going to go buy Naughty Dog, or they're going to go buy, you know, whoever. That would fall under Microsoft Game Studios, and therefore that would be exclusive to Xbox. Now, this is a possibility. What would that allow them to do? That would open them up the opportunity to leave those games day and date on Game Pass for all their consumers, while everyone else pays for it, for, you know, ABK and ZeniMax. And also, it means that they can go and buy whatever publisher they want as long as it's under the same rules. And that means you as Xbox gamers get all the games day and date on Game Pass, and everyone else has to pay for them. And anything that's not done by Microsoft Game Studios is like Hellblade 2, Halo, Forza, Gears of War, Psychonauts is all exclusive. Or they're going to do light versions of Game Pass. Like, you know, you got Game Pass Core, you're going to have Game Pass PlayStation or Game Pass Switch, where they're going to be cloud-based alternatives. I agree, Holgrain. I agree. I don't think ZeniMax is big enough to be a concern. I think ABK is the one that's too big to be a concern. Right? But in this clip over here, as you can see, Colt gets a tweet that says, next week will be better. And guess what? Now you've got Colt, you've got Fonz, you've got Jez, you've got others, all saying, happy kumbaya. There never was a problem to begin with. There never was a problem to begin with. Man, Hi-Fi Rush going to Nintendo, and Nintendo will get some ABK games. That's it. I mean, ABK is, I think, the reason why this is happening. I think Microsoft, you know, the FTC is causing them just way too much of a headache at the moment. They're scrutinizing everything, emails, private, you know, conversations. They're all coming out. It's causing them a lot of problems. So if they just turn around and say, you know what, fuck it, just take ABK, let it go multi-plat. We're still going to give it to our, you know, gamers day and date. And if people want to spend $70 for the same game, fine. But if they want to get it day and date on a subscription and they don't care about subscriptions and they're happy to be on a subscription, they can come and buy an Xbox. It's that simple. Oh, I'm just saying I mean, the FTC is still trying to divest Activision Blizzard. You do know that, Katie the Goat, right? They are in court at the moment. I mean, whether it will go anywhere or not is irrelevant. It's annoying. It's wasting company resources. It also means that as long as that case goes on, Microsoft can't do anything. If they wanted to go and buy Eidos, they can't do it. If they wanted to go and buy another studio, they can't do it until that case is resolved. Otherwise, it's just going to cause more problems in court. So no matter which way you look at it, the FTC situation is still a hindrance. The CMA? I mean, the CMA closed the ABK deal, so they're fine. It's just the FTC. Yeah, the FTC is still coming. What the FTC is fighting for right now is for rights for a preliminary, for easier preliminary injunctions, for the decision by Judge Corley to be reversed, and also for the for ABK, if it does stand, to be divested. I mean, CBH, I've heard like a couple indie studios I know, like they've had a wealth of job applications coming through their way. So, these developers are looking everywhere at the moment, so at least that's good. You want to play the clip? Sure. Let's do that. Just make sure the audio is set, because it changes every so often. That's browser. See, it changed. It changed. All right. So this is what happened. This is what happened.
I sit on Netflix and I scroll and I scroll and I scroll until I find something that I want, right? That's not necessarily a great thing, right? So that's why like day and date stuff it's not attractive to like a lot of people. Colt, are you okay?
Yeah, I got a DM right before the show started. I wish I would have read. I'm not going to say who it's from, okay? Because I want to keep this. Next week will be better, laugh out loud. Don't believe everything you've read, exclamation point. When I talk about people that I trust, I'm talking about someone that we have 1,400 people here watching. Yeah. I'm going to read it again. Because Phil said we're going to talk about it next week. And I hear you. I hear you.
We hear you.
Next week will be better, laugh out loud. Oh, I said, sleep well. What a crappy week. And he said, next week will be, he or she,
So we already know it's a he, right? Because he keeps calling it a he. Right? He keeps calling it a he, and then suddenly changes it to a she because, metrics.
Next week will be better, laugh out loud. Don't believe everything you've read, exclamation point.
Ooh. Sounds spicy.
Guys, what I gotta read some supers here. I want you to think about that. We're gonna talk about what that could mean, because we had talked about it on the show, even when you guys were here.
It only depends on who told you this, and I can tell you,
Okay, hold on. I'm going to text you who said it, and you keep it quiet.
Ooh, okay.
Okay.
Oh, you texted me too?
I'll text you as well. I'm sorry. I'm looking down. You can see my wonderful thinning hair. Hey, I didn't do it. It's just genetics. Don't
they say like letting a cow lick you on the top of the head is good for the hair.
I got the text, and I won't say anything, but holy crap.
Yeah. Okay. So when we said in the show during different points that maybe only half of this is true.
I mean, so I don't think it's actually Paris. There's no way it's Satya Nadella. There's no way. No way. I mean, we're talking about one of the, biggest earners in corporate, and he's going to be texting Colt Eastwood. Really? I mean, I have a hard enough time messaging these guys. It's made of, oh, fuck's sake, Cliff. I mean, Aaron, I can believe. See, Aaron, I can believe. That I can believe, right? No way it's Phil. Phil, Bill Gates, Satya Nadella. I mean, put it this way. Okay, look, put it this way. I have more chance of believing that Elon Musk messaged them before Phil or Satya Nadella is going to message them. How does that sound? Mate, there's more chance of Jason Ronald actually thing than fucking Phil and Satya. Now, Elon Musk I can believe. The others I can't. But Aaron Greenberg, 100% I can believe, because Aaron Greenberg is a community manager. And Aaron Greenberg will be in touch with these guys. He will be in touch with, you know, the influencers and those with a big channel, because those are the people that drive, you know, full-on engagement. They toe the company line, as it were. Well, you never know. Maybe it was code for 16 times the detail. I mean, it could be. It could be.
It's not as. What were the words? I got to look at it again because.
I mean, he's so excited that he forgot the words.
This, I don't know. Where is it?
Let me grab my.
Don't believe everything you've read.
Died.
That is so weird. Because
let me plug it.
Don't believe everything you've read.
Don't believe everything you read. When some of this stuff came from really, really reputable, I'm never wrong type people.
Well, let me talk about that real quick.
And then he says that, which leads me to believe it's not Aaron. Because if it was Aaron, he'd be always right. If it was Phil, he'd be right. If it was Satya, he'd be telling, he wouldn't even be messaging him.
Though I noticed a sort of a trend that happened after Xbox era leaked out what was going on, right? All of a sudden, I started seeing like other articles from media outlets start popping up saying the same wording. It was the same exact, like, I forgot what the wording was, but they all started off with the same sentence about Microsoft is thinking about putting Gears on such and such platform. And it's like, everyone was reading like that. I'm thinking to myself, are they just making shit up at this point? Excuse my language. Are they just making stuff up?
Yeah.
Like that's what I'm thinking. Like it just got worse and worse and worse. It went to Forza, it went to Gears, and I'm like, okay.
Look, I have no doubt that the discussions internally are happening. That much I'm pretty convinced about, and I've been told this a few times as well, right? From people I know. Whether they're chatting shit to me or not is irrelevant. But I've been told this, and I've seen this a few times now, and people that, you know, that talk around have told me that this is happening. I've also been told that a lot of the information that was leaked was orchestrated in order to get a reaction from the community to kind of act as a pushback. Do you remember back when Microsoft tried to increase Xbox Live from, I think it was £6 a month to £13-14 a month? And the backlash from that made them backpedal and retract, backpedal and retract that like crazy. It took that reverse, you know, that Uno reverse was in like 2 days. Does everyone remember that? So what's happening here is the people that are against this change that was being proposed internally leaked this information to try and get this to happen. And this is why I know people are saying not to talk about it, not to have this conversation, not to, you know, make videos, not to have these streams, not to comment on social media. It's all positive as long as it's going in the right way. Now, the stuff that I'm seeing where people are literally going and trading in their Xbox and all their digital sales are gone because you're literally getting rid of your whole digital library doing that, right? I'm like, I think that's a bit too far. I think that's crazy. Like, even if this happened, I wouldn't sell my Xbox. I've got tons of games I've bought on there. I've got 360 games and whatnot that are still working on there. Why would I throw all that away? Even if I'm not playing it, my kids are playing it. Like, why would I get rid of that? I mean, if people are flooding their Series X's, you might even get a good deal right now. Like, there's no reason to get rid of... And this is the worst part, right? Nothing is confirmed.
Now, this is sounding like the whole slate of games at this point.
Yeah, I mean, the mainstream media has...
Cliffo, you've seen me on Twitter. I'm not like that.
For good reason, because people
I might troll a little, but I'm not like that.
They tend to...
Because I have a feeling, and I told you this before the show.
It's not crap gamer,
really
Donnie.
I really do feel like it's mainly the Bethesda games that are going to PlayStation 5. That's what I really think this is about. Bethesda and COD. That's all.
There you go. There you go. At least someone has a bit of common sense that's thinking along the lines of me. It's basically the ZeniMax games and Activision Blizzard. Now, even now, I'm still not sure about ZeniMax. I still think ZeniMax games are going to stay, or they're going to be a timed exclusive, or they're just going to remain exclusive. But Activision Blizzard games, all of them, are going to be multi-plat. That's never going to change.
Like
it makes too much money.
I think this is as widespread as some of these outlets are saying. I could be wrong, but this is just my internal feeling until we get confirmation. Same stuff with the whole Game Pass stuff. I think these are ideas they were kicking around, but until it happens, I'm going to ride or die with Game Pass. Until it like dies for me, I'm going to be with Game Pass until the end.
I mean, you know, as Twa PR said, I'm okay with those games. They are too big to be contained. And, you know, some games just are too big to be restricted to one platform. ABK is multi-plat, definitely. I mean, people were saying that Call of Duty needed to be, should be exclusive. It just can't. Call of Duty, Diablo, Overwatch, you'd kill these games if you just made it restricted to one platform. Live service games are all over the place. But that's all ABK do. When was the last time they made a solid single-player game? Was that... No, Singularity. Yeah. Okay. Is COD going into Game Pass? That's unknown, Biggie. That is unknown. I want to say yes, because that would still... If it doesn't, then the lure of all first-party games not going to Game Pass would be breached. We'll find that out next week. But I think that they will go to Game Pass, but I also think that, you know, they are definitely going to go everywhere. See, Manny, that statement that came out from Ubisoft, that was twisted to no end. I mean, COD isn't too big to be exclusive. Diablo, Overwatch. Those games aren't too big. Hey, droid. What about Spyro, Crash, Tony Hawk? I mean, are we even going to see those games? I know we're going to get the retro ones coming to Game Pass, but when are we going to actually see those games getting a remake? There's all talks that they are looking into it. Has any even started production yet? Nope. What's gonna... And, you know, Microsoft bought ABK for King, right? That was the primary thing. If they could have split King alone and just taken King, they would have done that in a heartbeat. COD is still the highest selling game, of course. But if they could have split King, I guarantee you They would have left Activision Blizzard and just taken King. I heard Call of Duty 2025 is going to be open world, right? Hey, Rabbi, how's it going? So don't give them options. Who knows whether they're in here listening. It was quite amusing when a couple of people have reached out to me that are on the dev side who do actually come in and just sit around and just hang about in the background and not say anything. That was a bit of a surprise when people did reach out. So you might be onto something, Happy Cloud. You might be onto something. But this one I thought was really interesting. But yeah, before I jump into this, like the flip-flopping has been crazy. The overreaction has been astronomical. Nothing has been confirmed. Nothing has been, kind of set in stone. Nothing has been laid out on ink, and people just went all over the place. It looks like my chain won't kill you. Yeah, do what Biggie Butter says. It's all clickbait. It is. It is. But I still, it was the wording for me that finally clicked. Microsoft are considering putting Gears of War. They knew using these games is, Starfield is one thing, but starting to use games like Halo, Gears of War, that would trigger most Xbox fans. But they constantly use the word considering. I mean, I can turn around and say, Microsoft are considering buying Tencent. Tencent are considering buying PlayStation. Nintendo are considering buying Sega. It's just a consideration. I'm considering picking up this can right here. Hey, I picked it up. Now that's a fact. But maybe I'm considering picking that cup up. But I didn't. But you know what? By saying the word considering, if it doesn't happen, well, they were only just considering, right? We're not actually wrong. We didn't say they are doing it. We just said they're considering it. So it's a really nice get out of jail terminology. Hey, Alpha One. But don't mean they will. Exactly, Kate to the go. Exactly. 100%. The devil is in the details. 100%. I'm considering being a millionaire. I mean, you can consider everything. It doesn't mean it's going to happen. It doesn't mean it's going to go into fruition. Give me Connect 3.0 with a console, but don't go more. Can you imagine? Hey, Remy, what's up? I don't think I saw your question. Where was your question? Did you ask me a question? No. Manny with the $2 super chat. They want all games on screen. Console is dead. I mean, in the end, that is what it's going to be, right? And this story here, I think, is actually real. This is real. But you know what? Yesterday, we was actually having a discussion at 4 a.m. in the morning when I should have been sleeping. And it really occurred to me. Something really occurred to me. Like, people constantly turn around and say, why is the quality of PlayStation games in terms of graphics usually higher than that of Xbox? And I think we can all agree that to a certain standard, some of their games are above. I mean, Hellblade 2 looks phenomenal. And in my opinion, is the best looking game out there right now next to Alan Wake. But outside of Hellblade 2, the rest kind of fall below that standard. Mark Smith, like I said, Hellblade 2. Hellblade 2 to me is right now the best looking game on the market. But Microsoft, when they make a game, have to make it for 10 platforms. Forza actually graphically was, it looks good at nighttime, but during the day, it's missing some of the details. Hey, I didn't say that there were good interactive games. I just said that there are, you know, the CGI is good. You can sit down and watch it in the movies. Consoles will still exist. Not everyone has good internet. I think in 15 years, Sanchez, I think we're all going to be there. You know, it's too soon now. Now it's too soon. I agree. Like, to push cloud right now, it's way too soon. But to push it in 10, 15 years, you know, in 2 generations' time, so we're going to see Xbox Series X2, Xbox Series X3, and then we're going to see it. But you know what's going to happen by then? By the time 15 years comes around, handheld gaming is going to be the console. Everyone's going to have a Switch-like device that's going to be their actual console, and you're just going to dock it in, and that's going to be your gateway to your TV. PC and mobile in the future. Yep. Have you seen Paul Tessie's video on the situation? I don't know how you feel about him, but his videos were... I don't mind Paul Tessie. He has some really good takes, and he has some really, really bad takes, but I don't mind him. We can check his video out in a little bit. Imagine sitting here saying, yeah, they saw growth, but Satcher is pissed. Yeah. But do you remember... maybe a month ago, maybe 2 months ago, we saw some schematics. I couldn't find it for the stream today. Maybe someone in chat can, but it had the controllers on the side that clipped in on what looked like a tablet. And everyone was saying that Microsoft is looking at making a Switch-like console. Do you guys remember that? You remember that? I think that I think that's what this is. The Switch-like console will be cheaper SKU and will be developed by the Surface team. Remember I was telling you it looked like the Surface phone? Everything about it resembled the Surface phone, and I even put on pictures of the Surface phone, and the clamshell matched 100%. There you go. That's what it is. So it looks like for the next generation, the Series S is going to become a portable console. This I do believe. We'll look at the Capcom stuff in a little bit. It will play natively as well, yes. It will basically be a Series S. But the next generation up. So Series SS, I guess. So it'll be... So whatever the next generation power upgrade is from the Series S, that's what it's going to change. And you know what? For somewhere like Japan, that's perfect, right? Because they want their, you know, gaming on the go. So it will help them infiltrate Japan that bit better by having it mobile as well. And you know what? As a gamer for us, I would probably... I'm going to get the next Xbox anyway, that's for sure. But I'm also going to probably pick up the handheld as well, so I can just game on the move. It's a really smart move. Jay Dunn has it. See, Jay Dunn right there. Damn, now I need to buy both. Foam Stars is terrible? Oh, come on, it can't be that bad. I haven't had a chance to play it yet. What they need is a 4K 60 plus FPS console. They have a 4K 60 FPS plus console right now. What they need to do is optimize their games, lower the graphics a little bit so it's not taxing on the stuff, and then you can get a 4K 60 FPS. You can't have ray tracing, path tracing, super high graphics, and expect 4K 60 FPS. You need like a 4080, 4090 graphics card for that. These consoles ain't that. Don't worry, you will be doing. What do you mean? What do you mean? Jim Bambino DeGenerino. So it says $4.99 super chat. Here's the case dated yesterday. FTC. Oh, okay. Let me grab that. Legend. All right, let's see where this is going. But I actually do believe that handheld is going to be awesome. And don't forget, if they actually, let's see what this is. Latest update, 5th of 2024, case summary. The Federal Trade Commission authorized an administration complaint against the proposed merger between Microsoft Corp and Activision Blizzard Inc., a video game developer that creates and publishes games such as Call of Duty, World of Warcraft, Diablo, and Overwatch. Microsoft sells the Xbox Games console and also offers a video game subscription service called Xbox Game Pass, as well as a cloud-based video game streaming service. The agency alleges that the deal would enable Microsoft to suppress competitors, which it's not, to its Xbox gaming console, which it's not, and its rapidly growing subscription and cloud gaming business, which it's not. The Commission withdrew the matter from adjudication in July 2023 and returned to the adjudication in September 26, 2023 because they got upset DCMA made a private deal with them. The evidentiary hearing will commence 21 days after the issuance of the district court's decision in FTC versus Microsoft. Okay, I will keep an eye on this. That is cool. Thank you very much for that. Actually, let me put this over here. And we can go here and then put this back. Thank you very much for that, dude. I appreciate it. A very powerful PC does that, anime. Foam Stars dropped the soap. They just closed the ABK deal. They are not going to change the whole strategy that quick. I mean, there is no strategy at the moment. Read. Let's see. Same here. Game Pass is where it's at. All the ponies are having a field day over the Dreamcast guys say the Xbox is dead. But if this first party's rumor is true, well, I cancelled Game Pass. But if false rumor, the pony will get kick-ass big time. Game Pass does not need console though. It doesn't. And, there's something that someone posted a little while ago. Where was it? We'll eventually get there. But yeah, so one more thing I wanted to actually mention about this, the handheld console, which might actually be really cool for some of you. So, do you remember Microsoft was talking about a cloud hybrid console? Do you remember that from the FTC leaks? And everyone was crying about saying that it was, Microsoft is, leaving the console market. They're going cloud hybrid. They're going to the cloud and not to the thing. That they are referring to the handheld console. In handheld form, the machine will probably run at 1080p. But if you dock it into the actual dock itself and let that power through your TV, you'll probably get a much better display, as it will be utilizing both the cloud and the machine's hardware in order to provide you a better performance. This is where cloud technology can come in really useful if it's actually incorporated correctly. So you'll get, say 60% of the power coming from the handheld. Once you dock it in, that dock will have its own internal stuff, which will also, stream some of the stuff from the internet if you're connected to the internet, and provide you an overall better experience. So I think that's where that cloud stuff came in. So it turns out that the whole, hey, we're looking at a cloud-powered machine, wasn't false after all. It could very well be this handheld. And if it is, That's a very, very smart play from Microsoft. You are getting a native handheld that can play all your Xbox games natively on the handheld. But if you want to run it, you know, in a more powerful state, you can dock it and get more power coming through. That's smart. I think that is very, very smart. Did anyone see everybody that flipped is getting blocked when Phil delivers the good news? I didn't flip. I've always been consistent. Nothing is confirmed until it's confirmed. And I will keep that. Jesus Christ, people lack reading comprehension and critical thinking. I hope that... so it's an Asus ROG Ally? Essentially, yes, Rodell. But unlike the Asus ROG Ally, which requires you to buy another £400 device or £500 eGPU clip-on to give it the extra thing, the cloud can give not only graphical processing, but it can also handle the CPU processing in the background as well. So it's actually better than the Asus ROG. It does way more. So it can, you know, it can provide the extra RAM, it can provide the extra CPU, it can provide the extra GPU performance that it needs to make it just look, run, and perform better. In fact, if we're going like into complete tinfoil hat situations, on handheld mode, it would, let's just hypothetically, it runs at 30 FPS. The moment you dock it, it will look better and run 60 FPS. That's the difference that the cloud power can actually provide. They tried this in the past with Crackdown 3, if you remember, and it flopped immensely. Now, one of my friends, when he was working at Sumo Digital at the time, who were developing Crackdown 3, and Terry Crews was actually down there as well, here in London, on a couple of visits to check out development. Really nice guy, apparently. You know, awesome stuff. They couldn't get the cloud to work. It just wasn't mature enough. And as you all saw, Crackdown 3 became one of the biggest flops ever. Paris in the chat. Hey, Paris. Xbox will make their own handheld, but also allow for third-party variants. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. How's it going, Paris? I tried to get him on the show, guys, but he's out of town. I appreciate you jumping in, though, my dude. I appreciate you jumping in. Maybe Thursday we can coax him into coming on. Remember, Flight Simulator would not work if there was no Azure cloud technology in it. Exactly, Happy Cloud Gamer. Paris is the only other person that I've seen. Maybe there's one more. But Paris is the only other person I've seen that has kept it 100. Right? He has always stayed consistent that until someone actually... Oh, yeah, sure. Let me actually bring him on. You know, he's been the only other person that, in my opinion, that has always maintained that position. I flipped to PC. There's nothing wrong with that, Anime. There's nothing wrong with that. But, you know, he's been the only other person that I've seen out there that has maintained that 100. And, you know, it's never changed with him. Where was... Let me get you the link, because there you are. And Paris, if you jump into let's see where I'm going to be. I will jump into, yeah, if you jump into call in stream, I'll drag you across. Oh, you're here already.
Yep. You can hear me okay?
Yeah. Let me just make sure everyone in chat can hear you. If you just say something so I can do a test audio.
Hey, it's afternoon here. It is 1:21 p.m. in California, United States.
1:21. It's 9:21 here in the UK. I told you time zones are.
Yeah,
it's a really difficult thing for us UKers.
That's why I pinged you, because just my week's going to be pretty hectic, and I just got out of a meeting. I got free time for a couple hours, so I was like, well, hey, if you're free now, I'll pop in right now.
Thanks a lot. But yeah, how have you been, dude?
No, I'm good. I'm good. Yeah, it's been interesting, and to your point of what you're just saying now, like I know, like the video that you had came out where you were critical of me, you and I talked offline about that, but that has been my stance the entire time.
Yep.
Because even in that video, when we thought, oh, it's just Hi-Fi Rush or Starfield, or not Starfield, or Sea of Thieves, I was like, if it turns out it's Starfield and Gears and all this stuff, then what the hell are we doing? Now, yeah, there's a reason to actually be concerned about what they're doing. I just think right now, yeah, the stuff leaked out. Who knows if it was on purpose or whatever. But until you see Phil and maybe Satya Nadella and Sarah Bond and whoever else come out in next week, it's all just rumor and speculation. We have no idea what it's going to actually be. Clearly, something is changing, clearly. But how severe it might be, we don't know. And I would even say along those lines, they're still going to make Xboxes. But will they give me a reason to want to get an Xbox, depending on how this gaming structure going on multi-platforms turns out to be? So I would rather just wait. That's what I even said today. Just wait, relax. Instead of going off the deep end and it's doom and gloom and trading in your Xbox and trading in all your games, wait another week, see what they have to say, and then you know, and you can make an educated decision on what you want to do moving forward.
I mean, I 100% agree. Like, the commotion I've seen online. I mean, sure, the amount of stuff that's coming out, but as I was telling chat earlier, and I'm not sure how long you've been in the stream yourself personally, but a lot of the wording that's been coming from these journalists have all been extremely vague. Like,
exactly,
Microsoft are considering Halo, considering Gears, and these are the titles that I think Xbox gamers would be really pissed off about most, with like the Gears, the Halos, the Forzas, the Hellblade, the ones that actually belong to the Microsoft Game Studios. That, right,
and that's kind of my point. Whereas if Halo, if Master Chief, the game that literally defined the brand, were to show up on your competition's brand, then you've lost your identity. I'm not saying it overall, who the frick cares? You play where you want, but Xbox as a brand loses its identity if that were to happen. Because the truth of the matter is this: Kratos is not coming to the Xbox. They're not going to do that. Mario's not coming to Xbox. They're not going to do that. But you're putting your games on, your flagship games, your identity games, on another platform. Of course, you got to start looking at Xbox differently. And to your point about the vague wording of a lot of this stuff, I agree. No one's definitively said anything. They're discussing it. And guess what? They should. I guarantee you they're discussing it. Of course you're going to bring it up in a conversation. Of course it's going to be, well, what would it look like if we put Halo on there? What would the backlash be of that? I'm sure those back and forth conversations are happening, but we don't know that that is what they're doing. And this is where I personally think, and I've been critical of this for a few years now. Xbox, really more than a few years, damn near a decade at this point. Xbox has always had a communication problem. They've always had a messaging problem. They are always reactive to these type of things versus being on offense and being proactive. So they're always having to say, we're listening to you. We hear you. with these kind of things, because I think I was in here, you were talking about it a little bit ago, was when the Xbox Live thing, when they tried to jump the price up in the United States, it was like there was going to be like $120 a year or something crazy like that.
Yeah.
And everybody reacted, and they immediately, rolled it back. To me, that's saying you're not listening to your audience and how they're going to react to certain things. You're in a board meeting or whoever made that decision, and you're not thinking, well, how are our consumers going to react to something like this? If I was in that room, I would say, this is a bad idea. Their reaction is going to be very poor. So get your messaging right on why you're doing this, because it doesn't make sense that you're doing this right now. You know what I mean? So it's just things like that. So with these rumors coming out now, and obviously once you acquire Activision and you have Bethesda and you got to get a return on investment, of course, above Phil's pay grade, they're going to be going, well, hey, we need a return on investment. The best way to do that is put these games on other platforms. Obviously, we've seen Game Pass has stagnated. So what can we do to generate revenue? My only thing, again, I'm not smart enough to understand how all this stuff works, but from the outside looking in, it just seems like you didn't give the plan that you've been telling us the past few years a chance, because the plan was we are acquiring Bethesda to update, to start having quality exclusive content to get people to buy our hardware, to get people to subscribe to Game Pass. So you would think, all right, Activision, of course, something like Call of Duty is going to stay multi-platform. Everyone's going to freak out about that. But some of those titles would probably be exclusive to the platform as well. Again, a part of Game Pass to get people to come into Game Pass. But then you finally acquire them, and now all of a sudden, no, we're not doing any of that. We're just, and again, rumors, because we don't know how true this is. Now it's just going to be everywhere. Then what was the point? Other than you're just making more revenue, which as a business, of course, that's what you want to do. But to the people that have been loyal to the platform for 20 plus years, it would look like a slap in the face in that sense. Again, if your core titles, your Fables, your Halos, your Gears wind up on a competitor's platform. So it'll be fascinating to see what they say next week, personally, because again, we just simply don't know. And I think there is some truth to it, but I also think some of this stuff is nonsense.
Oh yeah, 100%. I think, a lot of this stuff I actually think is coming because obviously there's a faction inside Xbox that's fighting against this right now. And with the sales things that came across, with the 49% sales revenue that was announced, pushing, Xbox games above Windows platform, that was surely going to raise some eyebrows. And 43% of that came from Activision Blizzard. So that was naturally going to, for Tim Stewart, for Satya Nadella, for Amy Hood, that was going to just instantly send alarm bells. Hey, we can make a lot more money. And as you know, these people, all they care about is making more money for them, for the investors and for the company. They don't look at the nitty gritty side because they're just on, the board level. It's the Phil Spencers, the Sarah Bonds, the Matt Booties, and the ones below them that actually, are more interacting with the community.
Mm-hmm.
And I think, honestly, they probably told them to leak this information and start, saying about Gears and Halo just to get this reaction going, because this will tell Xbox that, the board, that this is a wrong decision. Now, I do feel that when Phil comes out next week and talks about this, I think ABK is, in my opinion, almost certain now to be a multi-plat company. They're going to keep it multi-plat. I just don't see them putting it like the game's exclusive. How do you feel about that?
I think it's going to be a variant of what you're saying. I don't think it's going to be a full-on multi-platform company, but it's going to happen in some form. Obviously, to what degree, it's still TBD. It kind of makes sense. That part of it makes sense with your messaging, where you're saying play anywhere. You had already been putting your games on PC day and date. You have the cloud initiative, obviously the mobile variant of this that's going to be coming down the road as well. So I get it. And this is why I said when I was talking on XCast, something like a Hi-Fi Rush going to multiple platforms isn't that big of a deal. A Sea of Thieves being, a live service game wouldn't be that big of a deal, because you would still have core IPs, flagship IPs that you can only play on an Xbox platform that would incentivize someone to say, all right, I'm going to subscribe to Game Pass, or I'm going to go buy an Xbox so I can go play this. But if you take those away and put those everywhere, it becomes an issue. And to my point, even if they did that, I still say they want to keep a hand on the wheel as far as hardware goes, so that they don't just have to rely on PlayStation to deliver, console hardware for them, where they'll still make it. But what I think is, you think the sales on Xbox hardware is low now, it'll be even lower. I mean, sure, you'll have your loyal diehard people that'll still buy an Xbox, but why would I buy an Xbox when I can just play all the games on everything on one console, which would be a PlayStation at that point? Now I get all my PlayStation games and all my Xbox games in one place. So, excuse me. So this is why I think it's going to be some kind of variant of this, because they have to keep an incentive for you to buy their hardware. Otherwise, stop making it. Just be a third-party publisher at that point.
But where's the incentive to buy the Xbox? I'm going to play devil's advocate here.
Sure.
As an Xbox console, if you can go PC, if you've got the choice to, an Xbox console is $500. Let's say the next Xbox console with inflation and everything is going to be $600-700, right? Why not pay a little bit more and get a PC? Or if you're a PC gamer, what incentive do you have to buy an Xbox? Like in the past,
you don't. And I don't mean to cut you off. Please finish.
Yeah. No, go ahead.
No. I was going to say that you don't, but that's not the audience that they're targeting. People that have the disposable income to go buy a PC. Okay, go buy your PC. You're still buying our games, so they still win. But for people that are on a budget that can only spend $300, $400, $500 for one console, that's the point of still making that. That's how I see it, anyways.
But how is that like selling Game Pass? Because as you know, most people on PC, they won't buy Game Pass. They are happy to pay $60-70 on Steam to buy the games on Steam. They won't go, they won't sign into this. And the whole purpose that Microsoft is pushing right now with Game Pass is, for that to be the core conduit with everything. They want to see those Game Pass subscriptions increase. I think they're at like 40 million now. They want to see that at like 50 to 100 to 200 million. So it can pretty much pay for itself and pay for everything, by just Game Pass itself. But how do you grow Game Pass if you're not selling the console, which in my opinion is the alpha of selling the actual console? Sure, you've got Game Pass on your TV through cloud, you've got it through the Asus ROG Ally. I know you can natively install games on there as well, but like on the Steam Deck, Chromebooks, there are multiple ways you can play through the cloud using Game Pass, but not everyone has that internet connection to be able to do that. There are still places where it's sketchy. Like my connection, I can run, stuff on Game Pass and GeForce Now perfectly. I've streamed natively and people couldn't even tell the difference when I was streaming it over at Twitch. I had to actually ask them and tell them that it was GeForce Now, and they didn't believe me until I shut it down and rebooted the game. I mean, it was to that extent, because for me, it runs flawlessly. Even Stadia towards its end, halfway through was running really well for me. Like it was fine. Like cloud gaming for me has never really been a problem. I've always had like great service, but that doesn't apply to everyone. And so for those people that can't, play on their TVs, that can't rely on the cloud service, how do you get them to sign up to Game Pass if they're not buying an Xbox? If you're not, if you're not giving people a reason to buy an Xbox, and you kind of need that. And at the same time, if the console market dwindles, how is that gonna, how's that outlook going to impact third-party publishers in looking at the Xbox and saying, right, is it now worth, with this size of a market, for us to release it? Also, chat is saying that you should take a career up in voice acting because your voice is amazing.
That's funny. I appreciate that. To answer your question, I don't think their strategy is to get you. I don't think they care if you buy a console. I think they want it as an option for people that is their only avenue into playing their games. I think the end goal, like you talk about Game Pass, like what's the incentive? The incentive to get somebody to subscribe to Game Pass and to stay consistently subscribed to Game Pass is to consistently deliver quality content, period, point blank. I mean, that applies to obviously what we see in the entertainment side on Netflix and Disney Plus and all these other streaming services as well. If you don't have the content to keep me subscribed, then I'm not going to subscribe. And that, again, comes back to what's about to happen potentially is baffling to me because I feel like we're finally hitting that year. What was the Xbox mantra? Wait until next year. Wait until next year. I feel like that year is finally here,
It is here.
Where they can start delivering consistent content from their internal studios. And then you're saying, no, you don't need to do that. See, this is, again, why I don't 100% believe the rumors that are happening right now, because again, I just try to be logical about this stuff. It doesn't make logical sense to me that even if you are looking to get a return on investment, you're not even giving the current model a chance to see if you can get a return on it. You literally just closed on Activision. You don't even have them fully integrated yet. And you're saying, we're not going to worry about that. Move off this way. Now, I've heard different things about, some of the Bethesda teams wanted to be multi-platform. Like in other words, if Activision can be multi-platform, why can't we? We had bonuses tied to certain metrics, things like that. Again, who knows what's true and what isn't? I don't know. I'm only going to go by what they say next week. And then that's how I will determine my opinion moving forward.
I mean, as JB says, they haven't even had an ABK roundtable yet, and they're already. And it's funny about that because I had been thinking. I think I even said this on the Nextcast, but I had been thinking for a while they'll do something to officially unveil Activision before Showcase this year. So I was thinking around the March timeframe, and that would probably be the time that they would address any multi-platform strategies that they would have. I think that may have been the plan all along. I guess Grubb said originally it was going to be the end of February, but that's accelerated now. I think whatever they were going to talk about, they're talking about next week because I think they have no choice. Because again, people will roll the tape on XCast. Even when I was saying what I was saying about Hi-Fi Rush, I was saying even then, the minute that you start seeing reputable media sites start talking about this, they will now, because who cares about Twitter rumors? You don't have to address that stuff. But the minute you start seeing The Verge and the Washington Post and New York Times and Engadget and all these other, media sites, IGN, start saying something, they have to respond. And that's why Phil tweeted yesterday, because I don't think they're 100% ready to respond, but Phil had to at least acknowledge it. And that's why I think that tweet was yesterday. Devastator says executives usually focus on short-term gains. That's the problem. My quiet is quiet. Let me get closer to my mic. That will probably help it. But have you seen this tweet from Korea? Xbox News for Koreans.
Oh, but this isn't like an official site. This is what is this?
So this is just a publication website in Korea that's posting news, and this is like hardcore Korean fan for Xbox News.
Oh, I see. But this goes back to the point I was making before. This is why they have to stop being reactive with a lot of this stuff and be proactive, because because they're literally reporting on the rumors. This is what it is. So they're reporting on the rumors as a fact.
Yeah. And are you sure my mic is quiet? Because I'm almost red barring.
I hear you. I hear you fine.
I mean, it's literally gone to max. I'll increase the gain by one more. Hopefully that will fix it. But I think like this is really damaging the brand. And as you said, them being reactive is not the way. They really needed to get in front of this, and by not getting in front of it, it's to me it's a big issue. I know they're saying wait till next week. I assume it's because they actually don't have a response yet, and they're still internally trying to work the I's from the T's in order to sort it out. But this to me, I mean, what do you think is going to be, like, in your opinion, what would be, I mean, the best case scenario would be everything stays exclusive to Xbox. What would be the happy medium that you, as an Xbox gamer who plays on Xbox, would be happy to see?
That games like Avowed, Indiana Jones, Gears, Fable, Perfect Dark, Halo, obviously, Forza, your core, and even upcoming things like Clockwork Revolution, South of Midnight,
Starfield,
those things. Yeah. Well, I'm a little starting to wonder about Bethesda. I almost might think part of this hedge might be stuff like that does go multi-platform. Like Elder Scrolls 6, as an example, winds up going multi-platform. Fallout 5 is multi-platform. Whatever that new thing that Phil was super excited about coming from id might be multi-platform. But if they can give me things that are coming from, let me simplify it this way. Something coming from Xbox Game Studios stays in the Xbox ecosystem.
Boom! That's exactly what I said.
Yeah, that's how I see it. That would probably be the happy medium of all this. Whereas, okay, Bethesda and Activision games, since those games have always lived on multiple platforms, you know, exceptions to the rule here or there. Okay, they stay out there. But things coming from Xbox Game Studios, no, that we're keeping exclusive. You want to play that, you subscribe to Game Pass or buy an Xbox.
Yep. And this would also, you know, give Microsoft an incentive, instead of just going out and buying publishers, if they went out and say and bought Atlas and integrated that into Microsoft Game Studios, that would actually then become a full-on exclusive to the Xbox console or the Xbox ecosystem, rather than it being part of the thing. Whereas if they went and bought, if they go this route of making ABK and Bethesda ZeniMax games multi-plat, that also opens up the opportunity for them to go and buy the likes of Sega, the likes of Capcom, and though those games would remain multi-plat, they would be day and date on Game Pass.
Yeah. Now, that's another can of worms that I do think is going to evolve here very soon, is Game Pass itself. And again, I know nothing. This is just me thinking off the top of my head. I could see Ultimate remaining day and date. But if you're just simply subscribing to PC Game Pass or quote unquote console Game Pass, those games won't be day and date. Very similar to PlayStation Plus in that regard. And then there's a cheaper ad supported tier as well.
Yeah, I've been thinking about that for a long time. And it's something I spoke about previously, but it went down really, really badly. But I've been thinking about that for a long time, where, like, even for PlayStation, I said if they wanted to go day and date, they would probably have to create a new tier, because I just don't see them being able to, swallow that amount of cost by going day and date. They would probably have to create a new platinum tier that would be maybe $40 more, where they would, because the average person buys like 4 games a year.
Right.
So if they're gonna get at $70, 3 games is 210. So if they make it, I think premium is £120 here. I think it's about 160 in the US. So if they put it to like 200, I think that would be how you would see the day and dates going to PlayStation. And I was always saying that at some point I see this happening, which is exactly what you said, where, like, I even actually assumed that there was going to be an additional tier to Ultimate, where it would be Xbox Game Pass Ultimate plus ABK as an additional cost to get those ABK games. I also saw that as a possibility. But yeah, what you're saying is also perfectly valid. Apparently Reforged is celebrating his early victory about how he was right, that all the games are going to go to Thing. Man, I would love to just be able to slap him with a wet fish once this is all proven wrong. Just get that fish.
But see, this is where I say again, no one should be claiming victory or be sad right now, because you don't know. None of us know. Because here's the funny thing. And we've seen this throughout the history of video games. Like I remember 2013. I don't know how much you remember and know about this, but obviously when the Xbox One and the PS4 were coming out, and Xbox, because I was in the crowd both times, where Phil comes out and says that Xbox One with Kinect was $500. You could heard a freaking pin drop in there. Everybody's like, ugh, like you're charging that much? That doesn't seem good. The legend is Sony within that few hour period pivoted and lowered the price $100 because I guess their camera was going to come included. They took the camera out, dropped the price $100. One of the biggest moments in gaming history. So who's to say in this week period of meetings and back and forth and looking at what consumer feedback has been, they don't pivot. We have no idea what's going to happen by the time they actually announce this next week. So anyone taking a rumor from an employee that I guess is leaking all this stuff as gospel that's what they're doing, you do not know until that meeting actually happens. It could literally go right up until the last minute. You don't know. Because let's just take this as a scenario. Again, I want to be clear. I know absolutely nothing. This is all me speculating.
Nothing in parentheses, right?
Yeah. No. Straight up.
I'm joking.
Nothing. But let's just say that let's just say Phil and Sarah are against this. Let's just say that. I don't know if they are or they aren't. Let's say they're against the plan. Let's say this is all coming from chat. I know nothing. Trust me. Let's just say this is coming from Satya Nadella and above or whatever. What if they're fighting for? What if they've been fighting for this entire time? And what if they finally convince Satya on Friday to go, you know what, Phil, I'm going to go with your plan. I trust your judgment. I give you 2 years or 3 years or whatever the case may be to turn this around your way. If not, we're doing my way. We have no idea. That could happen. And again, I'm spitballing top of my head, but who knows?
That's a definite possibility. And I think, if Satya was, if I was Satya, I would do that. I mean, it's not like Microsoft is, desperate for money, right? They're making like 70, 80 billion net profit a year. So it's not like they absolutely need the money or to do this. There is, outside of making more profits, there's no real need to do this. And I think, now that Microsoft have gotten, they've finally gotten to a cadence of 4 big profile releases a year, maybe even up to like 6 or 7. Give the console a chance to flourish. Give it a chance to push where it wants to go. And I know there's this whole discussion, and I've seen David Jaffe as well, like, hey, if you put these stuff on these other platforms, then it will like give, like Infurious One was saying in his super chat, won't ponies rather subscribe to Game Pass? I just don't see them converting. I don't see this notion where, oh, this is good, and it's gonna make them come here. I don't see that. The way you want to do it is to make your brand as strong as possible, as lucrative as possible, by keeping those games exclusive as, on your platform, to make people come over to you. And I think that's what they need to do. And I think Phil, after all the work he's done to get the brand to this point, I think he deserves at least, like you said, 2-3 years to see the fruition of his hard work and let it just play out and, see where it goes. And
the irony of that in that scenario, that literally gets you to the next console, which is what I would think, like, all right, if you want to do this, at least let's play out this generation and see how it goes. And if it's trending the wrong way as we go into the next hardware generation, okay, pivot. So I don't know. Again, clearly I'm not smart enough to be making these decisions because it seems like simple to me, and clearly it's way more complex than that. And I will say, just one thing, because I have had various conversations with certain people in high places over the years, and to hear them explain the business side of me, they always bring up things that I never even considered. And and that's something the average consumer just simply does not see. Again, when you talk about return on investment or adding this one feature, sure, it might cost $2 to add it there, but think about it, scale that over 20 million devices or whatever, right? You have to start thinking stuff like that way. So it's like, oh yeah, I didn't think of that. You know what I mean? Seems logical to me, but it's way more complex.
Yeah, 100%. Devastating. If all the leaks turn out to be false, can you imagine the amount of salt those PlayStation fans are going to go into hiding real
see,
quick?
But see, that also just goes into, and I will just focus on the quote unquote Xbox fans that I personally think are just overreacting. Where, like, I quote tweeted one guy that sent me a tweet. He goes, "That's it. I'm done. They betrayed me. I'm getting rid of my Xbox. I'm getting rid of this." And I'm like, this is exactly why Xbox needs to come out and say something, because people are overreacting. They're panicking, and they're taking everything as fact, and the world's ending. When honestly, even if they do this, even if they do it exactly as the rumors are saying, the world's not going to end. Because, and I even saw someone in the chat. I saw someone in the chat say this. They said, "We need all the big games on Xbox, but you are getting all the big games on Xbox. It just so happens other people are getting them too. So for your own personal experience, you're still playing the games where you want to play them."
Yes, but I think there's just one negative there.
Oh, and I agree. I'm just throwing that out there as a devil's advocate scenario.
And it's always what I've been pushing at is, like, first party support is great, right? That's all nice and good. But third party is where things are going to be impacted. If your games are available on other platforms, even if we get them first, if we're not bringing in people to buy the Xbox console, then other companies like Microsoft are going to have to pay out of the wallet, like, heavily, in order to start getting, the Monster Hunters to come over to Xbox, the Devil May Cries, the Silent Hills, and whatnot. They're going to have to, the platform itself won't be lucrative enough if it isn't tied to Game Pass. And this has been my biggest concern, because, as we know, third-party games are the biggest sellers on all platforms, not first-party. First parties are enticing. It brings people in. It gives you a reason to get into the ecosystem. That is great. And that is your lure. This is why games like Elder Scrolls 6, Blade, Indiana Jones are really important. Starfield, in my opinion, are still important games as single-player games to be on the platform as an exclusive, because they kind of, give your console that USP. They are what brings it here. The Gears of Wars, the Halos, the Forzas. These are the ones that, make the Xbox console lucrative. And they help people to say, right, I really like Halo. I'm going to come and buy an Xbox because I like it. I can't afford a £2,000 PC. But you know what? A £500 console is exactly where I'm at. Great. But if you start moving other games that onto other platforms, even if it isn't the core Xbox, Microsoft Game Studios games, which I can honestly say I can never fathom them going anywhere. Even if I can fathom ZeniMax and ABK, I just can't for the life of me ever imagine the core games going from Microsoft Game Studios.
That'll be shocking.
Even if those did, how, what incentive would a third party consumer have? So this notion of nothing will change for the Xbox gamer, I think it will, because there's a huge possibility that third-party companies like Capcom will look at the Xbox console and say, Microsoft, if you're not paying us double, triple, or quadruple of what PlayStation is paying, because they've got this big of an audience and you have 10 million consoles, I'm just giving a low number just for example purposes, Xbox gamers stand to lose out. So this is why I think the whole notion of, Phil Spencer's Play Anywhere is really cool. It's amazing. It's great. I love it because I can game on my Steam Deck. I can game on my Chromebook. I can game anywhere I want. And I absolutely love that flexibility. If I finish playing on my PC, I go up to bed, I'm laying, I sit up in bed for like maybe another half hour, take my Steam Deck out, play a little bit more before I fall asleep, put it to the side on my bedside table and go to bed. That's great. I love the fact that I can just go anywhere and play Xbox. But they also need to make sure that they're catering for their core audience, which is the Xbox console, because if they're not, then those third-party games will eventually start potentially diminish and start skipping the platform. We've already seen like smaller companies like Funcom basically say that the audience there isn't big enough for them to actually port their games over to Xbox. And what you don't want is seeing some of the bigger third-party studios, because we saw what happened with Dreamcast when EA boycotted them. That was pretty much the killer move that destroyed the Dreamcast. When PlayStation had the FIFAs and all those games from EA, that, you know, those are big sellers. And when EA, I don't know the reason why they boycotted the Dreamcast, but they did, boycotted the Dreamcast, it pretty much crippled and killed the console. That was one of the major reasons why the Dreamcast did die, because it just didn't have the third-party support. And once EA dropped out, other companies dropped out, and that's a spiraling effect. And considering we've seen this in the past, that is something I don't want to see happen on Xbox. And, you know, I'm hoping that past lessons will have been learned from the games industry, and they can see this and, you know, give the Xbox console itself the respect and attention that it deserves as the alpha that kind of sits underneath Game Pass, which then sprouts out to PC, cloud, mobile phone, TVs, and everywhere else. Like the console to me is the root. Game Pass sits on top of the root as the branches, you know, the petals coming out and everything else. So I think, you know, the Xbox needs that USP to get people in. And as people in chat are saying, what about Blade, Elder Scrolls 6, Indiana Jones? They're saying that those games should be exclusive because the likes of Venom, Spider-Man, and whatnot, you know, Wolverine.
Now, see, I'm gonna push back on that. I'm going to push back on that because I see that a lot. And then the other variant I see of that is, well, if Xbox is going to put games on PlayStation, then PlayStation has to put games on Xbox. No, they don't. They don't. It's business. If
that's not what I said.
No, you said no. I know what you were saying. You're saying that because Venom, in other words, because like Spider-Man is exclusive, right, to PlayStation.
If it's exclusive to them, then games like Blade should be exclusive to Xbox.
No, I get it in a perfect world, but I guess, and again, I know we're playing devil's advocate here, but
of course.
But if it isn't, now what? Are you not going to play it? You see what I'm saying?
Of course I'm going to play it.
Right.
My mind is not going to play it.
So that's what I'm saying. If, and I'm with a capital I and a capital F, if Blade and Indiana Jones wind up not being exclusive, are you not going to, I'm still going to play Indiana Jones and Blade. You know, honestly, I'd probably play them on a PC anyways, but that's just me. Yeah, I heard everything you were saying on that. And I completely agree that the console does need to be the foundation of everything that they're doing. And I think they need to reemphasize that next week in whatever they're talking about. And the only way you get people to buy in on that is showing that our core games will remain there and don't go to PlayStation, because the truth of the matter is the PlayStation is vastly outselling the Xbox. We all know that. So if I don't already have an Xbox and you're telling me these games are coming to where I already play games, I have even less than zero incentive to want to go buy an Xbox.
Yep.
And new people coming in that are going, which one should I buy? You're going to go, well, I'll just buy the PlayStation because everything's there. I can play all my games there. I don't need two consoles. I can just have one and play everything. I just hope these and I'm sure they are, but I just hope these kind of conversations are happening in Redmond right now, because if it's just about revenue, then just call yourself Microsoft Gaming and just go get revenue. But if you still want to be Xbox, then you still gotta kind of play by the old rule set of having some exclusivity.
Yep.
Because no exclusivity, stop making an Xbox then.
Yep.
Just be Sega at that point.
Yep. And as in Furious, I say a wrong value of Game Pass will be attractive to ponies. They will be flocking over to Game Pass to save money. But I'm not sure if you can see my screen right now. Now, as you know, Nick Marseille is a very, very, very huge PlayStation-centric person on Twitter. He loves PlayStation. Like, it's like his second child.
And I've actually been saying this too. Do not, again, let's go into pretend land. If this works for Xbox and they're making hand over fist, don't think PlayStation wouldn't do the same thing.
Will. And he's scared now. PlayStation isn't immune to any of this. I think next week when Phil announces what we think, Jim or whoever is in power at PlayStation is going to greenlight games day one on PC immediately. I already see you in the comments, boys. I love you all, but I'm telling you, ride this victory wave cautiously. Put stoppers behind your doors, because there's no way decisions of that magnitude won't influence PlayStation in ways you dislike. And if Xbox does, for whatever reason, go third party, which I just don't see it, honestly. I genuinely don't see it. What will the outlook of gaming look like? Like, you've just given Sony the complete reins. People are already complaining about £70 games, and people are saying, you know, Sony's already wanting to increase the cost of gaming to $100, splitting games by 3. If you look at Spider-Man 3, what's stopping them if that does happen, from putting games at $100, $120 a game, setting the console price to $700 or $1,000? Like, what stops them from doing that if there's no competition? Like, I really don't get that notion why all of these people, like, I get there's all that childish console warring going on. I mean, yeah, I do it a little bit just for the banter. You know, I'm not going to say I'm completely innocent, but I don't go to the levels of these guys where I completely lose my mind. But I mean, they really don't think about what the serious implications would be if Microsoft decided to go third party. Because at that point, what does stop Sony from putting 100 to? We already heard 2K's CEO saying that he wants to make GTA 6 like $250 because of how big and how much it costs. And, you know, what stops this from happening? Like, these people never think about these things.
Competition. That's the only thing that stops it from happening. This is why I was saying before, I would imagine, and I think Satya Nadella did say this about Windows Phone. That was a regret that they stopped making Windows Phone, because now they're at the mercy of Apple and Android. Whereas I think part of their overall strategy is Microsoft, Windows, Xbox, whatever we're calling it, they're going to want to have their own store to be able to sell their games, be it on the mobile side, obviously on the PC side, etc. If you now put yourself at the mercy of PlayStation for that, then again, you have to play by their rules when it comes to that, versus having a hand on the wheel where you can kind of dictate what pricing looks like. You have your own separate store. You're able to get 100% of the profits for people that buy through your store, versus PlayStation taking a 30% cut for everything. So there, again, there's a lot of variables in that. That's why I say, again, it's fascinating what the conversations are that are probably happening right now on what they're going to ultimately do.
And on the talk of mobile, I know of 2 games that aren't announced yet publicly that are in development. And I don't know much about them. I just know that they are in development on mobile, that are from within Microsoft Game Studios. And it's going to be interesting to see how they go about it, how they're going to make it unique, how they're going to make it differentiate. Because if I was Microsoft, I would create some form of interaction between the mobile game and the console. You know, the actual console version of that game. So if you unlock certain things here or unlock certain things here, you can like transfer some of your goods over or just unlock them from each side. But it'll be interesting. What's your thoughts on that?
Isn't that what PlayStation ultimately wanted to do with the Vita, where you would have a game that you could play on the Vita and certain things would transfer over to the main game on the PS4, whatever the case may be?
Yep. And then they gave up on the Vita.
Yeah. And then they obviously gave up on it. I mean, I think there's clearly going to be some kind of synergy with that. And that's why I even think about Game Pass as an example. I think, like you brought up, like there being a platinum tier. I think a platinum tier probably covers everything, right?
Yep.
From console, PC, cloud, and mobile.
Yes.
And then you would have a specific Game Pass mobile tier as well. So I'm sure these are all conversations that are happening, because I think you said this earlier. They really wanted King. King was the prize in all of this.
That was it. Yeah. That was definitely the prize, because that just gave them the gateway straight into the mobile industry. If they could have actually divested King away from ABK, I honestly believe they would have ignored Activision and Blizzard and just taken King. But it came as a complete bundle.
Yep. I don't know. It's going to be interesting. I mean, like I said, we probably got about a week. I'm guessing this probably happens Tuesday next week. Just for the simple fact that DICE is, because I'm going to be at DICE, but DICE is next week. And I had already were thinking, since the rumors happened, I go, they got to get in front of this before DICE. You cannot put people like Todd Howard and whoever else from Xbox or Bethesda and Activision that'll be at DICE basically in harm's way, because they will be asked. And they can't just shrug their shoulders and go, well, I don't know. They're going to have some kind of PR statement to be able to give on this stuff. So get it out of the way ahead of time. Everybody knows. And then all the people that are going to be at DICE can actually enjoy DICE instead of having to answer for things that they probably are, that are definitely above their pay grade.
Yeah, I mean, that's going to happen, right? Although I still have this mental image about that situation you mentioned from 2013, when Xbox came out and announced that price point with the SKU, and when Sony changed it, you could just see them in the background, kill it, kill it, kill it. Just throw it away. But what do you think of the handheld, the hybrid handheld?
The rumor makes sense. It makes sense. Just look at the success. It's the success of the Switch, clearly, but then also look at the success of the Steam Deck and the fact that right now you don't have native Game Pass on the Steam Deck. This allows them.
But you do on the ROG.
There are. Yeah. I was going to say the ROG, the Rogue Ally, however the heck you say it, does it now as well. But that's also running native Windows 11 to be able to deliver it. Whereas I would imagine, and this is why I said they'll probably have officially licensed third-party handhelds too, where whatever the OS is right now on the Xbox, that's what's running, at least a forked version, and that's what's running on the mobile platform as well. And then you can have other third parties. You can have an Asus and an MSI make their versions of it using that same OS. And it's the Xbox store is on there, and you can have Game Pass, and you can do all that stuff. That's how I see it. And then, you have the mobile one you can take wherever you go, drop it in, play it on your TV as well. And then it sounds like, again, from the rumors, there would be, I guess, a Series X variant of that, the more powerful one, that it would just be standalone on your TV for the console too. So I don't know. I will say this. I do think they at least allude to this next week, because I think they need to.
Yeah. I think they need to announce like a lot of this stuff to gain confidence. I also think that the handheld console, if they are going to announce it, I do think it should be native to run, but like a lot of people in chat are wanting it to be native Xbox as opposed to native PC.
That's what I'm saying, and that's exactly what I'm saying. This would be native Xbox, not PC, not the Rogue Ally. It would be native Xbox. So that way it is literally an Xbox that you have.
Yep. And there's obviously going to be a native X variant of it, like you said, there has to be. But this one apparently is, during the FTC leaks, there was that cloud hybrid console variant. I think this is what it is going to be. I think the dock that you're going to have will be, you connect it to the internet, and it's going to utilize cloud, architecture in order to power the game. So even if on your handheld, it will be running at 30 FPS, once docked, it may actually potentially, with the power of the cloud, give you an X-type experience.
Exactly, and I think that's again, this is where it's all heading. I mean, as bandwidth infrastructure improves, not only in the United States but globally, they're going to be able to deliver that kind of compute over the cloud. I mean, obviously, this is what Kojima's working on, with Xbox Publishing right now. Whatever that game's going to be, what was it, OD, whatever the horror game?
Yeah, Overdose.
Yeah. See, that's what's so funny about all of this to me. If it weren't for these rumors that are happening right now about games going other places, I'm actually pretty excited about the direction that Xbox is headed.
They are in a good place. I mean,
I'm pretty excited about it. It's just this, and it's such a bummer because you had that developer direct, which I thought came off very well.
Yeah, it was really, really good. It gave everyone that super high that they wanted. They were super happy about the Xbox, and then it was like, hold my beer.
It was like you had a good showing at the Game Awards. You do your developer direct, and then this, and it's just like, takes all the air out of the room. But I think if you look beyond that and we obviously got a peek into that because the FTC stuff. I mean, they're doing some exciting things. And it's funny because going back to the interview, that we did with Phil last year, he even said it then that he goes, we're so close, I can see it, because he knows what's coming. Like he actually, as grumpy as he was on that interview, that was the one time he got excited was that. So it's like they got stuff coming. And it's just a shame that, obviously all the FTC stuff had to go through that, the Redfall, and then now all these rumors and leaks, and now they got to come out and explain their business plan instead of us just enjoying the games and playing them. Because going back to what I was saying before about them acknowledging the next gen console at this business plan, what I would think would happen, they'll acknowledge it and then just simply say, we'll have more details on that at our showcase in June.
Do you think the FTC case right now, because I'm of the assumption, because the FTC is still in court with them, as you can see here. So they're still actually trying to, this is like a multi-pronged assault right now. They're trying to change the way preliminary injunctions are implemented. So right now you have to actually prove harm before a preliminary injunction can be applied. And that is almost impossible. So what the FTC is actually arguing for, if you've seen the film Minority Report by any chance?
Oh, yeah.
So the FTC is actually imposing a Minority Report system where if there is a possibility of it happening, I mean, like, I'll go as silly as possible, right? You see two people getting married. If there is even a 0.01% chance that one of them is going to commit adultery, that marriage shouldn't happen. This is what the FTC is actually proposing. It's absolutely stupid. So I don't think that's going to get imposed. But what the other thing that they're still fighting for right now is a complete divestiture or a complete reverse of this situation. And I think this has to be weighing on the whole situation. What's your thoughts on it?
I mean, they're going to try. I don't think they're going to succeed.
I don't think they'll succeed, but do you think this is weighing on what the board members are actually considering, thinking about?
I mean,
is it part of their decisions?
It's possible, but at this point, you've already signed in other words, it went through. You signed the deals for Call of Duty. I mean, here's what I think. I think if it was more about them saying, well, now everything Activision was exclusive, maybe this would be factoring into it. But the fact that, again, the rumors, Bethesda, which is not a part of this at all, they have already said certain things are exclusive on that. They said it in the FTC trial. Didn't they say Elder Scrolls is exclusive in the FTC trial as an example? So the fact that you're looking at...
They said Elder Scrolls was undecided, but Indiana Jones was exclusive. But now when they were actually questioned, someone reached out to them. Are these games still exclusive? They've responded with no comment.
Yeah, because it's obviously chaos internally right now. I don't think it's a huge factor. Let's just put it that way. I'm sure there's probably a small percentage that it's coming up in discussions. Like, is this something we need to be concerned about? But I don't think it's a deciding factor either way.
Let me ask you one question. I'm going to ask it, and this is directed to the chat as well.
Sure. And before you do, I will have to take off in like 5 minutes. So you know.
That is perfectly fine. Thank you very much for coming on, though. If ABK going multiplat and ZeniMax games going multiplat meant that the door for Microsoft, I mean, obviously those ZeniMax and ABK games will be day one on Game Pass, and it will be part of the Game Pass service. But for everywhere else, it's going to be $70. If that opened up the floodgates for Microsoft to be able to go and buy the Segas, the CD Projekt Reds, or the Capcoms without any real barrier by the regulators, because they would be buying them on the notion that those games will indefinitely remain multiplat, but those games will be coming day one to Game Pass for Xbox gamers, and that won't ever change. Would you be okay with that?
No, because I think there's too much consolidation in the industry as it is. And for me, Activision was already the red line on this. So no, if that was the reason so they could just do more acquisitions, I'm not a fan of that.
So chat is also yes, no, what is a gamer? And John Lennon here did a poll. I'm curious what the community thinks about these options. Would you prefer games to stay exclusive to Xbox but no more day one Game Pass releases, or the opposite? And most people, I mean, it's a 60-40 split.
Not surprised.
But dude, thank you so much for coming on. I appreciate it. Thank you for.
No, of course. I told you. I stealth watch all the time. I see your videos pop up in my feed. So no, and I knew you were trying to, get us together to talk. So since I knew I had some time, I figured, well, heck, I'll just come on right now if you'll have me.
Always, man. You're always welcome.
No, of course. Well, hey, you have a good rest of the stream, and I'm sure we'll talk again soon.
Yep. Thanks so much, dude.
Of course.
Take it easy. All right. That was pretty cool, right? How are we feeling? How's the overall consensus now? Man, we hit over 300 viewers. That's like my record. Won't really know until it's tested. Honestly, think they spent 70 billion ABK to make COD an exclusive and miss out on the. Nah, they spent 70 million on ABK for King. King was the biggest reason why they bought ABK. And as you've heard it here, me and Paris have generally had the same assumption. Inferno Trigger, I'm actually on you with you with this one. So, if they buy studios, whatever. We see Sony doing it all the time. We'll see other places doing it all the time. I think publishers just should stay the way they are, but I think studios are fair game. But, I think a lot of people are putting way too stock into these rumors, and until anything is confirmed, it's just hocus pocus. Even if, there's like weight there. I mean, look at it. All it took was one tweet, right? Next week will be better. Lol. Don't believe everything you read. That's all it took. That's all it took to send the big, the head honcho influencers back down to earth. That's all it took. Happy Cloud Gamer, thanks so much for stopping by. Have a good one, my dude. Hey, Mary, how's it going? They aren't making a Switch-like console, they're making a handheld PC. That's correct, but the handheld PC will also dock like a Switch to give it better specs. So when you dock the Switch, that dock itself has just better internals, and it actually gives it a little bit more power and allows it to work better. And that's how the Xbox handheld is going to be as well. In handheld form, it's probably, imagine it like a Series S, and then once you dock it into the actual dock, it's going to run somewhere between a Series S and a Series X, or maybe even as powerful as an X, but that will be through the computing power of the cloud. But mate, if this all comes back and it is not doom and gloom as people are saying it is, there is going to be a lot of people just with egg on their face. There's going to be a lot of people, I mean, from both sides, right? I mean, the only reason I brought this up from Nicola, because he's being smart right now. He can see the writing on the wall. If this happens and Microsoft starts to make big moves and big money, there is no way on this planet, no way that PlayStation is not going to see this and say, hot damn, that's a lot of money on that table right there. We like money. Because none of these corporations see anything but money, and they love money. Money is everything. Hey, Chaos, so glad I got to catch a live stream. Hey, Big Joe Fix It, remain legend, my dude. Happy to have you here. But, you know, even, you know, Nicola, he's not stupid. He can clearly see that if this happens and Microsoft is making bank, which corporation out there is going to decide, hey, sticking to the old model, the old ways, unless you're Nintendo. Nintendo do whatever they want. But which corporation is going to sit there and say, hey, we could make triple the revenue, but we're not going to do that? No, whole grain, the next Xbox is going to have two versions. It's going to have a Series X variant, like, you know, the actual console itself. And then it's going to have a handheld variant as well. It's not going to be a Portal, don't worry. No one is wanting that trash. One tweet to cost of Warzone. I mean, that's all it is, Green Goblin. And I've always said that, you know, until it's officially proven, take it with a grain of salt. Do not lose your minds. Just take it as thing. I mean, we've seen Tim Dog over here. And guess what? Xbox could have killed Game Pass, say buy our exclusives and focus on our hardware, and that's 100% better idea than say let's kill exclusives and put Halo on PS5. I just don't see that happening. I mean, if it does, I'm wrong. And I'll come out on a stream and say, I was wrong, and you can all laugh at me. But I don't see that happening. At some point, Nintendo has to cave. I mean, I don't know if they really do. And I don't mean this in a nasty way, but Nintendo fans are crazy. I have never seen crazier fans than Nintendo. Dude, they took down a whole review website because it gave Breath of the Wild a 7 out of 10. They kept it down for 3 days. 3 days! Because it gave it a 7 out of 10. 3 days because they gave it a 7 out of 10. So it's okay for CFUs to go to PlayStation. Then you are basically okay with Halo going. Not at all. How can you compare Sea of Thieves to Halo? Come on. Xbox also gets PC games. I wouldn't be so bitter about Xbox games being released on PC. I'm not so bitter. I'm saying, where is it? Let me see. There was something that I had that. No, it's not that. Not that. No. Did I not open it? I'm pretty sure I opened it. Right, this one. So this over here is the Xbox sales, right, from 2013. This is Xbox unit sales of Xbox One. As you can see here, they sold 3.08 million. In 2014, they sold 7.65. In 2015, they sold 9.05. In 2016, they went up to 9.65. And at this point, this is when Game Pass got introduced with their games going to PC. And, you know, it doesn't take a genius to see the decline, right? The moment PC got involved, the decline started to happen. And as you can see in 21 and 22, it died. It died entirely. So you can clearly see the pattern there. It's rising and then dead. Like, this is when Game Pass was introduced. And you can clearly see, you know, PC has had an influence on the console sales. This is why, you know, I was personally saying that, you know, console has affected it. But do I want the games to come off PC? No, of course not. That's a business decision that they've made. I game on PC as well, and I game on the console as well. So I'm getting the best of both worlds. But what I'm saying is, for those people that say it's not, it has had an influence. It has had an impact. You know, it's not a thing. But you know, this was my message earlier. Not sure if anyone has seen it, but until it's all a rumor. Nothing is confirmed. Yes, Xbox One sales dropped to almost nothing when the Series X released. Yeah. But the decline was there before the Series X released, right? The decline was happening before. If you look at PlayStation, it's going up and up and up and up and up and up and up. Whereas Xbox, this was the key moment where Game Pass released, and then it started to decline. I've had enough. I'm jumping to PlayStation. Foam Stars is too much of a draw for me. Oh, shit. Foam Stars. And maybe we'll play some Foam Stars tomorrow. Maybe. See how bad it actually is. It'd be funny if they get Infinite but not Master Chief Collection. I don't want them to get anything. That's foam, not regular foam. Because Xbox really also had no games as well. The best games got bad reviews. I mean, their games can be amazing. They're still going to get bad reviews. Again, like I was saying here with Vicious, this is the handheld stuff that I was talking about. And here's Jez Corden, saying some Xbox personalities saying they're going to leave Xbox or quit content creation. Like Clobro, for example, he's already come out publicly saying that he's done, he's jumping ship. What happens if it all turns out to be fake? Are they going to come crawling back? Are they all going to flip-flop and say, we didn't mean that we're jumping ship? Like, without actually anything being concretely, I mean, even if you are so hurt by this, without any information being publicly, confirmed, how are you making these decisions? How are you, turning around to your communities and saying, I am done? I don't get it. At least wait. I just wish I didn't have to rebuy most of my games if I switched to PC full-time gaming. See, that's the reason why I say the console itself is still valuable. Even if it is just for your current games, your current library, I wouldn't sell my console. One never really leaves. In order to get a dev to release only on Xbox, they have to pay the devs money they would have made on all other platforms. Bob Smith, this is why I asked that question to Paris. They need an incentive to grow the console because third-party games are still a big seller. They need it. So exclusives are a way to sell the Xbox console. It's that simple. If you own physical, you can generally play them on PC still. Not endorsing anything illegal might not be in your country. Yeah, but, even if you own physical, you can't put an Xbox disc into your PC and let it run. If you're going to get it through nefarious means, that still means that you're getting it illegally. It still doesn't give you the right to get another licensed version of the game. I'm not saying people won't do it, but I think the Sea of Thieves and Halo guy has a point though. What point is that? Rasudox? Maori, is it that bad? You guys are gonna make me play it tomorrow, aren't you? It's gonna be like the quickest stream ever. It's gonna be like, oh my god, this is shit. Zato. This is too sketchy to be talking about. A lot of wink wink, nudge nudge, elbow roll, shoulder roll. Xbox needs to pick better third-party games to make exclusive. Look at Stellar Blade. I thought it was originally a joke, but it looks insane and fun. They need games like that. Jay, 100%. I agree. I know people are like shitting on Stellar Blade, but that game is going to sell shit ton of copies. It appears to so many people. Punkalicious Romeo, thank you so much for stopping by, my dude. Have a great evening or day, depending on where you are in the world. They do not need games like Foam Stars. But hey, Foam Stars is coming to it's going to come to all platforms, right? Except probably Switch. Because I think it's only a 3-month exclusive, so it's probably going to go to PC and Xbox at some point. Hey, look, Waifu Games, if you've seen my other channel, you know exactly what I mean. If Arthur is here, he actually jumped into my other YouTube channel when I was streaming yesterday. He saw the waifu. He saw the waifus everywhere. But even if you look at their other game like Nikkei, you know, it's clear what audience they're aiming for. Foam Stars will be the quickest game Chaos ever played. I mean, Arthur, you was there yesterday. My character was fully dressed, fully clothed. There was nothing revealing about that character, right? There was nothing that made Stellar Blade look out of place. Can we just admit after Phil speaks that the gaming community wants Xbox to fail? K to the GOAT. The media, all, Nintendo fans, PlayStation fans, a lot of PC fans, they want Xbox to fail. I'd say maybe about 20% of PC fans, but they do want Xbox to fail. They do. It's just not tomorrow. For some reason, they have this horrible thing against Xbox, and since the Xbox One, they've just been hounding it. But one other thing that you need to understand, especially with the media, if Microsoft today turned around and started releasing, games that were, let's just say 10 out of 10 or 9.5 out of 10, the next 10 games that they released were 9.5 out of 10, and PlayStation's games started hitting the 7s, the 8s, the 6s, between that bracket. The media is such a weasel that they would switch sides and start supporting Xbox, because that is how the media works. They go to whatever's the most popular and shit on the thing that is the easiest to shit on. You saw PC Gamer, Metro, IGN, GameSpot. GameSpot was the worst, right? When IGN gave Starfield a 7, GameSpot was like, hey, I gave it a 7 too. Can you come and click on my thing too? And they were making multiple posts about saying, hey, we gave Starfield a 7 as well. Not just IGN. We did too. Waving with neon lights and, placards and everything. With neon lights pointing down to that click button. They were all doing it. Because shitting on Xbox gets views. It's that simple. The moment that table turns, they'll shit on PlayStation. They've got absolutely no credibility, no integrity. They've got no neutrality. They just go where the money is. They're a business at the end of the day. They want you to click. So if they say something negative about Xbox, they may get 1 million clicks. If they say something negative about PlayStation, they'll get 10,000 clicks. So they don't say negative things about PlayStation because it doesn't get the clicks. If people stopped clicking on them, they wouldn't be reporting on it. They'd maybe actually start doing their jobs. They'll just give Xbox games a 7. Probably. Why so serious? PC fans know, right? They use a Windows. How's it go, George? Sorry, are expensive. Xbox is, why is Xbox dead, Dante? Tell me why Xbox is dead. Starfield was an Xbox game. Why do they want to pay $120 per game? They don't think that far, Devastator. They don't think that far. They just think of the here and now. Xbox always gets shat on by journalists. They do, because it gets clicks. Okay, Wholegrain, I want to talk about this because this is wrong. What's happening here is bollocks. It's bullshit and it shouldn't be happening. Right? Final Fantasy 14 requires Game Pass subscription to play on Xbox. This Game Pass subscription was the reason Final Fantasy 14 didn't appear at launch for Xbox, because Square Enix is against it. Because it doesn't use Xbox Live servers. In fact, you could play this entirely without having Xbox Live at all. Back in the 360 days, they had the previous version of Final Fantasy 14 called Final Fantasy 11, and all you needed was a silver account. You still need an account to connect it to your profile, but this, as you know, the silver account on the 360 didn't require, any form of payment. If you're looking on PlayStation 5 or PlayStation 4, you don't even need PlayStation Plus to play it. Xbox, out of PC, PlayStation, is the only platform, and Mac, by the way, the only platform that is charging you an additional fee in order to play. Now, the question comes up, well, everyone's got Game Pass anyway, so who cares? Well, maybe they don't. But now you're turning around and saying that your monthly subscription, instead of it being $10 a month, is now $25 a month. You see the difference? If you don't have Game Pass and you just play single player games, but you've seen this and said, you know what, this actually, I want to play it, give it a try, it's $25 a month now to play it. That's a lot less appealing than $10 a month. No, this is a Microsoft decision. Square has fought since the original, since Final Fantasy 14 launched, and basically refused to put the game on Xbox. This is 100% an Xbox decision. They are double dipping, essentially, forcing you to have subscription to Game Pass. What game is rigged? Final Fantasy 14? How is it rigged? I'll be sticking to PC only from now. My Xbox won't be turned on anymore. They lost me as a consumer. They lost you for rumors. Which I could talk about, SE, the journalist game. It is an MMO, but it uses its own servers. You don't use the Xbox servers. So unlike Elder Scrolls Online, which uses the Microsoft servers, this game does, it does, basically the moment you go to connect, you don't touch Xbox Game Pass servers. You go straight to Square Enix's servers. It's got nothing to do with Game Pass. See Sony get real cocky and shove the remaining 6 inches on that 10-inch. That's something that shine. Doesn't shine and make them pay 40% more for everything. I mean, if Microsoft disappears from the gaming market, you're going to see that that's going to be happening a lot more. Gen X Gamer 79, that's my point. The more PlayStation games. Do you know how many times Xbox has been declared dead? VR mission? I'd be rich if I started putting money aside. Tim Brewster, it does have its own subscription. And that's why this is stupid. It should not require Game Pass. This is one of the dumbest things they could have done. No. You can play this game on PlayStation without PS Plus. If you have a PlayStation out the box with no PlayStation subscription at all, no essentials, no extras, no premium, all you've got is just a plain PS5 console, you hook it up to the internet, and you play Final Fantasy 14. You can play it, no problem. It does not require an online subscription to the service provider. And Microsoft should have done the same thing. It is free to level 60. That is correct. No, I think it's level 70 now. They've included Stormblood. Don't get me wrong. This is one of my favorite games of all time. right? I love Final Fantasy 14. I've got it my subscription, I've got the version of the game on PC with all expansions. I've got it on PlayStation, and I'll probably get it on Xbox as well. So I can just play it wherever I want, because it's completely crossplay. It's cross-save, cross-play. Everything is stored on Square Enix servers. Nothing is stored on Game Pass. Nothing is stored on PlayStation Plus. Nothing is stored anywhere. Square Enix has their own servers, their own cloud base, everything. They do everything in terms of the actual server side, which is why Microsoft charging for this is silly. Yes, that's correct, Wholegrain. You have to pay a subservice and Game Pass. Whereas on PlayStation, you just pay for the subservice. You don't have to pay to have PlayStation Plus. Now, obviously, I keep getting asked the same question. Who in this day and age doesn't have a PlayStation Plus? Who in this day and age doesn't have a form of Game Pass? It's going to be a very small number. But, going by that logic that it's going to be a very small number, why would you force that very small number to do something that's really anti-consumer? Grungehead, yep. It is. I mean, until it's official. Look, like Paris said earlier, wait until the official announcement next week, get that information properly, and make an educated decision on what it means to you. And I've been saying this as well. Until we have an official confirmation announcement, all of this is free. I mean, I saw someone earlier on Twitter today go and sell off their whole collection of physical games. They sold their Xbox. And I'm like, my dude is crazy over a rumor. Why are you getting rid of all your back catalog games? What are you doing? So what's going to happen if, on Friday they come out and say, hey, by the way, exclusives are staying on Xbox? My dude going to be like, can I have my Xbox back, please? I played Final Fantasy 14 when I was on the PlayStation more. They were double dipping. You did not, Black Coronin, you did not need PlayStation Plus in order to play it. That is false. 100% false. You do not need PS Plus to play it. It's just a subscription. That's why it's so serious. There you go. Chili's also Chili came to my rescue. This is wrong. This is wrong on so many different levels. I mean, this is the reason why the game didn't come to Xbox for such a long time. This was the primary reason. They were fighting to stop this from happening because Square Enix didn't believe in charging their customers twice. Even before Plus, you did not need it. Wholegrain, they signed it. Do you know why they signed the agreement? Money. I'm guessing Phil gave them a fuck ton of money. Yeah, I have too many digital games on Xbox, which is why I always get an Xbox first at the start of a gen. I also like the hardware, so my digital library grows, while PlayStation, I just get for exclusive. Grunge, a lot of people do that. There you go. Taz actually didn't have, I know for a fact, didn't have PlayStation Plus. Because I actually, at the time, I think it was with my PlayStation 4, I actually sent him my PlayStation 4 Pro. Because he didn't have a PS4, and I got a PS5, so I actually sent him my PS4 Pro, and he downloaded a free trial of Final Fantasy 14 and it played. I saw one picture where they actually set the Xbox on fire. Absolutely crazy. I mean, people are mental. Black Ronin, if you played a free trial and you pay for it once and then don't pay, but you're still the free trial, you try to boot the free trial up, that account, that account can no longer sign in without a subscription. Maybe that's what happened. Do you have to buy the game also, or is it free? So the way it works, you pay £35, I think it is, for the game. So it's not a full £70 game. You pay £40 for the game. And then for 2 years, you get free updates within that expansion. And there is a metric ton of content. I think 6 to 7.0 was probably the weakest because Yoshi was too busy building Final Fantasy 16. But for 2 years, you get new content, story, battlegrounds, every major update, and there's a lot of them. You get 1 to 2 dungeons, you get primal fights, like Ifrits and whatnot. You get all sorts of content. You get loads of side content. You get relic, like super weapon content. You get mini areas that they open up for you to go and do. You get a lot for $40 for 2 years. Obviously, with the £10 subscription. So every 6 weeks, you get a minor update. Every 3 months, you get a really big update. And yeah, you pay £40 for the game, but £40 for the game. And then your £10, I think it's like £8 if you're just buying one character and no retainers. But that pretty much, that £8 a month subscription just, covers so much. Like, put it this way, you would need maybe 6 expansions from Destiny, and that probably still wouldn't be enough to cover the expansion that you get for 2 years. Maybe even 10 expansions probably wouldn't be enough. I would probably say almost certainly it wouldn't be enough. You get a metric ton of content. It's not really made for casuals. What, MMOs? No. You could do it completely free though if you wait till the free login periods too, if you just care about the story. That's true too. If you're playing the free trial, or if you just subscribe once you've got to like level 70, Final Fantasy 14 do, and 11 as well, do like a free trial period where they do it for like a week or 2 weeks. Or it's usually about 10 days. And you can just log in and play as much as you want. The idea is for you to see the content and subscribe and stick around. But a lot of people use that period to just jump in, populate the world, and see the story. Devastator says, why are fanboys so dumbly reactionary? Seriously. It's because Console Wars. What's your prediction for Phil's message next week? Eternal? I think Microsoft Game Studios is going to stay exclusive to Xbox. The Xbox console isn't going anywhere. ZeniMax, I think, give or take 80% of ZeniMax games are going to stay exclusive to Xbox. There's going to be a few games that do go, like I still think Hi-Fi Rush is going. And I don't know about Sea of Thieves, but Hi-Fi Rush will probably make its way to appease the promise that Phil made to the courts, because he did under oath make that promise. So he has to. He's legally binded to do that. He can't not put a game on there. He has to do it. Otherwise, he'll be in contempt of court, and no one wants to be in that position. So he has to do that. But I think the biggest one will be ABK. I think a lot of the ABK games like Diablo going forward, Call of Duty going forward, Overwatch going forward, the gas games in most cases will indefinitely remain multi-platform. You'll also see maybe some of the smaller games from ABK going over to multi-platforms, but some of the more bigger single player games may remain exclusive, or they might just make ABK entirely multiplayer and day one on Game Pass. That's how I see it. That is how I see it. I don't think Starfield will go. If for any other reason, I just want to laugh at Reforge. You know, I don't want it to go more for that reason than anything else. I know that sounds sad, but it is what it is. The open beta test for Final Fantasy is 21st February. Yep. So we have this over here. To join the open beta test, players will need to adjust the privacy settings on their Xbox Series X or Series S with the following options in communication and multiplayer section. You can join multiplayer games set to allow. I mean, most of you have already got this because you're playing online. Others can communicate with voice, text, or invites set to everybody. You can communicate outside Xbox with voice chat. This is for the cross-play. Then in the previous unit, in the game content, confirmed, you can see and upload community creations option is set to everybody. That's it. And it is set to February the 21st. The full date for when Xbox Beta will open, February 21st, 8 a.m. GMT, 7 p.m. AEDT, 3 a.m. ET, and midnight for PT. Like I said, Microsoft wanted very, very strict things originally, and that's why it was blocked. That's the other thing, right? Alpha 1. So, is the Reforge guy that said, I wouldn't be surprised to see Starfield on PlayStation next year while crapping on it? That's the exact same guy. All console games should go to PC, not to the competitor's platform. I mean, I think, like Nick is saying here, depending on the outcome of what is being announced next week, I don't think Nicola's far off here. I do see that games from PlayStation are going to be greenlit, and they're going to use a few as a test drive to see how they sell. And if PC players who aren't, who are not going to buy a PlayStation anyway, start buying those games, that's money. And at the end of the day, these corporates like money. These suits only care about money. And if they make a good amount of profit, like if Ratchet and Clank released day one on PC alongside PlayStation, it probably would have done a lot better than it actually did. It would have made a bigger profit. But the reality is, if you release a game 2 years later, most people by that point don't care. They just don't give a shit. It's too late. The time for it has come and gone. That window of, hey, I'm really hyped to play this is finished. They're looking at the next thing. I still want to play Hogwarts Legacy because I haven't played it. I got it, and I never got the chance to play it. But the longer I leave it, the less interested I'm getting. Do you know what I mean? Exactly, Mr. 7-Digit. You either have it here and now or you don't have it at all. At the end of this, I hope Xbox stays the same as they have been. Also, money for a few more monsters. Yeah. I mean, that's the plan, Dubs. That's the hope. Games need to be released on PC day and date to ride hype. Mark Smith, 100%. That I've been saying that forever. It actually broke even once it went to PC, Atty. Once it went to PC, and with the PlayStation sales, trickling in, it just went over, and it broke even. Yeah, it's like I never played Starfield. I never played. Yeah. This isn't where I saw the arguments with. But I really hope that Xbox changed this decision because it's a bad one. Oh, one more important thing. For anyone that is looking to play this game day one when it comes out on February the 21st. This is really, really important. So please do make a note of this. This is crucial, right? Right, chat? If I sign up to on my Game Pass on Xbox to the beta test servers, I lose the ability to log in when the game launches with my own personal account that I have right now. If you connect right now with your gamer tag and sign up to the Xbox beta test, if you have a PC or a PlayStation account, you will not be able to get that and bind it to your Xbox account. It is not going to be possible. So if you have a PC account for Final Fantasy XIV or a PlayStation account and you are looking to buy it on the Xbox so you can play anywhere, like I'm doing, playing on the beta is a massive no-no. You skip it until the game is released. Once it's released, then you can sign in, bind your existing account, and then play. You cannot unbind an account. Once you bind, it's permanent and it can never be unbound. I've already tried doing it. Multiple friends of mine have tried doing it. It's impossible. Square Enix will not do it, and you will have to create a new Xbox account or a PlayStation account to do it. This also applies to PlayStation as well, not just to Xbox. It's been the same going forward. So make sure if you have a PC account or if you have a PlayStation account already and you are looking to, dive in on other platforms as well, just so you can play anywhere in case your kids are using the other platforms or whatever. If you have one, do not sign on to the game on February the 21st. You will bind your gamer tag to the Xbox account, and when the game launches, you will not be able to unbind it and sign in with your actual main account. You'll have to create a whole new gamer tag in order to do it. I hope that's as clear as I can possibly be. Again, this isn't just an Xbox thing. This is a PlayStation thing as well. The same thing happened with PlayStation. The same thing's happening here. It's a Square Enix server registration infrastructure thing. This is how they designed it. It's got nothing to do with Microsoft or Sony. This is purely a Square Enix thing. This is how they've integrated it, and this is how it's done. So this is why I was saying it makes no sense why Game Pass is, even getting involved with the subscription service. And PC, yes. Correct. So when I log into the game, I use the actual physical launcher to play the game on PC, the actual original Final Fantasy XIV launcher. I can't actually buy the game on Steam and log in. If I buy the game on Steam and I use my details to log in on Steam, I get a warning that says, hey, if you sign in on Steam, the original launcher will no longer work. Your details will be transferred over to the Steam launcher, and that is going to be your platform of choice now. You have to go through this to play it. I don't want to be tied to Steam in that way. I think it's bollocks. So I stick to the original launcher so I can download it wherever I want on whatever PC I want and play it freely. I can even play it on my Steam Deck. So happy days. Yeah. You can make a temp account, play the beta. That would work. Of course, it should be free, but you may need Game Pass Core to be able to play it on your temp account. This is what I was saying. It's stupid that you need a Game Pass Core to play it. I think so. Was it on Twitter? So what is the Chaos Lounge temp account for? What is a temp account? A temp account is basically you just creating another Xbox Live account. Like how if you've got Devastator 2000, make another account called Devastator 2001. And then you sign into the thing with that. Chili, let me see. I did not see it. Can you post it again? It'll be easier for me to find it, to read it. I do think the reason why they are allowing Final Fantasy 14 on Xbox now, even with Game Pass, is because the cloud login servers are probably using Azure servers as they are adding cloud stuff on Final Fantasy 14. That. Yeah. I found it. That could possibly be a reason. But even then, it shouldn't charge you an extra. You shouldn't need Game Pass Core. Hey Chaos, you remember that tweet Xbox put out a couple of weeks ago about leaving console wars in the past and other stuff? You think they were alluding to all this? No, Phil Spencer has been quite, open about the whole console wars. He just wants people to play games. But he also is someone that cares about Xbox. Whereas the suits, all they care about is money. So even if it had a little bit, I still think maybe the ABK side of it was alluding to this, but that would be it. Oh, what would my thing called? Well, everyone knows what my Xbox tag is called, right? Chaos Prime. So I'd probably, I think I've got like a Japanese one and a US one, but I'd probably just use one of my kids' ones. But if I was to create one myself, who knows? Maybe I'll create a Chaos Lounge account. But then I'd have to sign up to Game Pass Core for $60 or to Game Pass for a month just to be able to play it. It sucks. Mysterious off the bed, guys. 11 p.m. here. Another one in the UK. All hold the line. Xbox never give in to the ponies. Have a good night, Mysterious. I've got 4 Xbox accounts. Yeah, I used to have one for, I think I've got one for all regions, same on PlayStation, so I can just access the different stores. A 460 Ti will play Cyberpunk on max settings without ray tracing at 50 FPS. Or GeForce Now, with full ray tracing, path tracing, will run it full 60. Just saying. On Xbox, just put Xbox set to home, mate. Anyone selling their Xbox now, or I've thought of shit, or like everyone on the net, or they didn't. Look, I'm not selling my console, and I think when I was talking to Chili earlier today, even he said, like, if PlayStation were doing this, even if it was real, why would you get rid of your whole digital library because of something that's happening like this? All that money you invested, all of that money you paid for, you're getting peanuts for it back. Why would you do that? Dubs, I know that all too well. I think your guess is right. I think Phil is against this. Look, I'm almost certain that Phil is against this and Sarah's against this, and I'm almost certain that they were the ones that got all this information leaked. Do you remember people smashing their PlayStation and Xbox back in the day? Oh, I do. I do, Susano. I do. Ray tracing is overrated. Honestly, I think if they use it correctly, it looks nice. It doesn't really add much in terms of anything, in my opinion, but it looks nice. But I also see a lot of places that don't use it correctly and they kind of oversaturate it and it just doesn't look as nice. Does the trial not need it? Let's see. It's complete. Launch the game full screen. The Xbox Open Beta test will contain all the content of Final Fantasy XIV's free trial, including everything from Final Fantasy XIV: A Realm Reborn. And I will say, if you are jumping into this, A Realm Reborn is a bit janky. But I will say, by the time you get halfway through the storyline, it picks up. So keep with it. Just like any MMO, the original, the start is going to be a bit slow, but it gets so much better, especially by the time you get to Heavensward, which is the second DLC. So Final Fantasy Stormblood. However, players won't be able to purchase DLC from Final Fantasy XIV's original store. The free trial version of Final Fantasy XIV and Xbox Beta will not require players to purchase an Xbox Game Pass subscription, core or ultimate to play. Okay, that's great. So that means I can actually jump in with you all when that happens. However, the full Xbox version of Final Fantasy XIV will require an Xbox Game Pass Ultimate or Core subscription for Xbox players to play. At least I can create a fake account, a trial account, and we can play it on September the 21st. Oh, we did, Osmond. There's been a lot. I mean, these lot were shitting the bed, and then they got a tweet, and then they've been backpedaling. Jez has been backpedaling. It's been sad to see. That's what I can say. The way, you know, you look at Tim's. Tim had a colossal breakdown. My dude, he had it bad. I think he was the one that I think completely went off the edge. But you know, this is some grade A backpedaling. It is what it is. Like everyone, after this one tweet, next week will be better, lol. Don't believe everything you've read. I've been saying this for goddamn how many days? And everyone was losing their damn mind. And as soon as they get that one tweet, yo, we're back, boys. Let's go. I mean, that reaction was like, it's over. It's dead. It's finished. The world is ending. They get a tweet. We're saved. It is what it is, man. Dude, Tim looks like a complete... He invited Phil to Twitter Space. I think, see, whether Tim knows him personally or not, I genuinely don't know. I don't know. And if he does, fine. But, you know, Phil Spencer is not going to come into a space and talk about this information. If he could have spoken about it, he would be speaking about it right now. But I mean, just look at this. Right? Where is it? My dude dug up quotes from 10 years ago for a gotcha moment. Because I said right now, Phil is not in a position to be able to talk about this. He's not in a position where he can come out and publicly talk about it. And he goes, yeah, right. Look, he spoke about it here 10 years ago. So why can't he speak about it now? I mean, from 2013, for fuck's sake. Like, what is this shit? You're pulling up stuff from 2013 about him talking about some shit? Or whatever the fuck he was talking about, and you're going to use that as a fucking gotcha moment? Get the fuck out of here. It's like, come the fuck off, man. Jesus Christ. It's like, come on. I truly hate the word influencers, but honestly, anyone who bashed without official statements is ridiculous. I know for myself, I will not be trusting another word Tim Dog says. There are a few out there who've shown that they are just in jail for the clout. And I hope, you know, that I'm not one of those people. I'm as real as it gets. I've never said that I don't game on PlayStation. I've never said I don't game on Switch. I've always said I game on PC and I play on Xbox. I'm an omni gamer, but I do have an affinity towards Xbox. As Chili will no doubt commemorate, if he's still in the chat, we argue about, you know, the stuff all the time. We are literally always just having this debate all the time. But, you know, I just enjoy gaming. See? I mean, wasn't it just literally us arguing about PlayStation going PlayStation day and date? I mean, you give as good as you get. I'll give you that. Where is it? Let's get some receipts. Let's get some receipts. But I like Chili. Chili's awesome. You know, he knows how to... I mean... Then sell a remastered version with the PC stuff on console at full price again. Tripled it. Got a hair gaming nowadays. But I'll keep coming back because it's enjoyable arguments. And, you know, Chili likes buying his remasters, right, Chili? They stand to make more money with PC. It's triple the size of PS5. You're right. But they make them buy the PS5 6 version. Then 6 to 12 months later, you get the PC version. We all know folk will bitch at the 75 PC price. They already do. So get much profit from PlayStation fan base as possible, then sell a better version on PC. You know, he's proper down to earth. That's why I love Chili. He's awesome. And that's why we can have that awesome debate and argument and still be great friends. If the next console supports 32:9 ratio monitors, I will never play on my PC again. You may see that they actually will. What would the ponies do if Sony games come to Xbox? Mate, if that ever happened, even MLB was pissing them off, right? But Chili, you're not a cult fanatic. You're just a pony. Yeah, if I want to do what another company did, it would be what Valve did. I mean, Valve's just sitting there and just saying, right, bring me the money, boys. Bring me the games. You like them sugar cubes? Sugar is addictive. Really, no way. Seth Zero says more games to everyone. Now, what do you think of this? But I mean, before I get into this story here, just think about it for a second, right? Gabe has sat there doing nothing. He just sat there. He watched Blizzard.net come and die. He saw Origin come and die. Ubisoft Connect is probably next. He's seen Microsoft with their Game Pass come and eventually go to Steam. And now he's seeing PlayStation going to Steam. He's done absolutely nothing and won. He's done absolutely nothing and won. My dude has just sat there, chilling out, and just said, I have the ring. One ring to control them all, one ring to bind them all. They will all fall in line. And one by one, they're all falling in line. I mean, if you want to actually play games for Windows now, it's so difficult. You need to get a patch just to be able to play them. He was here before the ring. He created the ring. I mean, it's going to be even more funny when he actually officially comes out with his Steam OS console, right? Although I don't think he needs to. I think the Steam Deck is good enough for a console. So you're saying, hey, look, we don't talk about Gollum. That's a sensitive subject. In this chat, that is a sensitive subject. We don't talk about Gollum. I'm just saying. There are still psychological scars with that game. I've already got my video out on it. I guess you didn't see it? Chili, don't make fun of Gollum. That was chaos. Oh, that one. Hey, do you lot want to? Yeah, we can watch it, and I can finish. Let's finish this thing over here. Chili, can you send me the link to it by any chance? And we can check it out if people want to think. But what do you think of this? This is pretty much confirming that Square Enix is getting ready for layoffs. When are you finishing Gollum? But you guys said you wanted me to play Foam Stars tomorrow. Where is Gollum coming from? Why do you hate me so much? Well, Square Enix's CEO told analysts that the company is overhauling its game development process and plans to announce a new structure by spring this year. Restructuring means layoffs. I mean, that's what I've understood by the industry now. The moment you hear the word structure, new structure, restructuring, that means layoffs. So it looks like there's going to be layoffs coming at Square Enix. Wait, Paris is still here? It's well known that Square's financial position isn't the most ideal for them at the moment. Chaos, wasn't Starfield all but confirmed not to be going to PlayStation after Reforge opened his mouth last week? We saw a couple of people turning around and saying it wasn't, and I still don't believe it's going. But it all depends on what Phil Spence, what they decide. So right now, there's 3 divisions of Xbox, right? You've got the Xbox Game Studios, which is the core. So let's see if we can quickly find that before the stream starts. There's usually that picture, right? Xbox Game Studios. Why are you not typing? Wait, why is my keyboard not typing? Well, that's interesting. That's interesting. My keyboard just stopped working. Let's see why it stopped working. Let me unplug it and replug it. Okay, there we go. All right. Usually you have like a big picture. Okay, here we go. This is what I'm looking for. Open image in a new tab. Hey, Panthra, we don't hate you. We're just sadistic. I know you are. That's the problem. But I love you all. Go away. Okay, so this is not what I was looking for. This is not what I was looking for. Not what I was looking for. Where's the picture that I'm looking for? The one that has them all split. Right, here we go. So, let's reduce this. So, if they go about it in the way... Right now, you've got Xbox Game Studios, which is this one over here. And if they decide to buy any other single studios, they will enter Xbox Game Studios. You have Bethesda, which is these ones over here. And then you have ABK, which is, these over here. Treyarch, Raven, High Moon, Beanox, and whatnot. There's 2 ways that this can actually go. One, these games here, both Xbox Game Studios and Bethesda, will remain exclusive, whereas ABK goes multi-plat, or all of it stays exclusive, or the final option, anything within the Xbox Game Studios and any single studios that they buy that comes into the Xbox Game Studios will remain exclusive. Anything that's in here and here will either be a timed exclusive, will more than likely be a timed exclusive if it's not a gas game. So those are the options that I'm seeing right now. Those are the realistic options. If any of it is true. If any of it's true. Hey, Chaos, did you work for Sega? I did. Big Joe, fix it. That FF26 poster in Human Revolution is timeline correct? Did someone send... Do we know when the thing's starting? Case by case. Yes, Shadowman. And that's always been the case. Seth, can you send me a link to the YouTube channel so I don't go searching? Enjoy your lurk, Chili. Green Goblin FTC already got L many times and they're still trying their best and they're not going to get anywhere. The PlayStation State of Play is happening in 10 minutes. So I figured we can watch that. Did you work there by any chance? Big Fix It? Or do you still work there by any chance? If Xbox Game Studios remain Game Pass ecosystem exclusive like you say, I think that would be a good middle ground and keep all those money-hungry execs happy enough for now. It's the Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. And we don't know if they're going to show anything else. What's that, Susano? Microsoft wasted so much time fighting FTC over exclusives only to make their games multiplayer after a year. Yeah. But if the games come day and date on Game Pass, and the first, the single player story driven games are going to be 6 months or a year exclusive on Xbox before they go to other platforms, that's still a nice middle ground. But, these games 100% should never be a thing. Obviously, Mojang is the only one that's unique here. But even then, that the Sea of Thieves argument goes against that, right? Well, if you haven't seen, StarCraft has actually been redone, right? StarCraft has actually, they've kind of done like a HD remaster of it. But this is going to be sad if Square Enix start laying people off. Especially after they just released their flagship Foam Stars. Especially after they just released their flagship Foam Stars, them laying off people, that ain't it, man. They're making bank right now from Foam Stars. They absolutely do not want to, it doesn't make sense they're going to be a thing. Online games makes sense day one on platforms. He's not saying Xbox Game Studios. He's saying if they're from Bethesda or Activision. Not Xbox Game Studios. Susanna, what's going on? What is it I'm missing? I'm not seeing anything in chat. Wait. What's going on? Did I miss something or am I just... What's going on? Southbound is saying on Twitter that the Discourse changed plans. Disrespecting the foam. I mean, we got to chill a little bit, right? Southbound. I mean, like I said, nothing is official. And does anyone know the actual tag for it? I'm guessing it's this one. The paparazzi homie. Is this the 2 hours ago? Good time. Great time. Man, I didn't, I'm not even going to get into it. Well, everyone feels lied to, and that's okay to feel betrayed. At the end of the day, it's business and friendship. That post was deleted. What's he saying? Susano, I still don't know what you're on about. Yeah, what? Yeah, but what was sold off? Foam Stars is a timed exclusive, yes. Sorry, I made J Fun. Do you have his Twitter account? He's the one that was on the podcast with thing, right? Colt. Boy, there is a lot still unfolding with these Xbox leaks, and tonight on the Special Games Talk live podcast, we will definitely be going over all the latest news and rumors surrounding this complicated situation. I see many are already gearing up to go after insiders and outlets that have, delivered all of this Xbox info the last few days. I implore you not to go after the individuals that were simply doing their job and reporting on bullshit information given by not so legit sources. Okay. It seems that maybe a lot of you may be overreacting to the Xbox rumors. Next week will be very interesting. This one. Yeah, this is just completely backtracking, right? Tomb Raider, Deus Ex and more. Going over investor reports and whatnot. That's another time. It's too much to be reading for me right now. That's fair. But the actual media was reporting on what they were being told, and at the end of the day, if Phil was the one, that's not what I'm looking for. If they actually told him that's the information, they're only going to go by that. But at the end of the day, they could have worded it better. Like The Verge says, Indiana Jones going to PlayStation 5. And then you read the article and it says, Indiana Jones is being considered to go to PS5. That's a really big change from Indiana Jones going to PS5. So no, if you're going to do clickbait bullshit like that, it's fair game. If you want to drive people to fake news, then at the same time, you should be open to criticism and scrutiny. There's, turning around and saying, hey, these guys can spread all the bullshit lies that they want, but make sure you don't say nothing to them because, those are legit people and, they're only doing their jobs by spreading bullshit information that they're twisting themselves to make it more enticing for you to click. No, I don't think that's right. Come on. Has this started for anyone? Hey, Paul AFC, thank you very much for the sub. I appreciate you. We are one step. Hey, no, Cat, don't do it. Don't do it. Mate, they said Halo's going to PS5. They said Gears is going to PS5. They said everything is being considered going to PS5. right? Everything is being considered going to PS5, and that's the problem. Final Fantasy 16 release in particular was a head scratcher. Yep. Mate, I heard the next Xbox is going to be multiplayer too. Have a good night, Steve. What have you been told, Paul?
What happened to this place?
It was Sephiroth.
He wants to finish and rule over the planet.
We have to help them.
You coming?
Way ahead of you.
Let's get to work. I will reclaim our world.
皆さんこんにちは。スクエアエニックスの北瀬義則です。私がシリーズプロデューサーを務めるファイナルファンタジー7の最新作ファイナルファンタジー7リバースがついに2月29日に発売いたします。
I'm not
本作の
surprised.
ストーリーは
That's why these
主人
leaks
公クラウン
happened.
とその仲間たちが
Woodpit,
宿
thank
敵
you very
である
much
ス
for
テ
that.
キオスを追いかけ魔法都市ミッドガルの外にある広大な世
How can
界
they
へと
spoil a
足を
game
伸
that
ば
was
すと
released
こ
in
ろから物語
1997?
が始まります。今回のステートオブプレイではこのゲームの魅力を凝縮した最新のトレーラーをはじめ特別なゲーム紹介映像をご用意しています。また重要なお知らせがありますのでぜひ番組の最後までお付き合いください。それではどうぞ。
Now, Phil's going to come out with his new underling, Jimmy Ryan.
Cloud, bring me the black materia.
The beginning of the end. The celebration of the faithful. A watershed moment for all mankind.
Hey kids, sorry we're late. You're going to pay!
Now, who wants to be the first lucky lady? Hey, boss! Your guests are here! At long last, the knave returns.
Gilgamesh!
I refuse to be upstaged a second time, my friend!
Good, Cloud. Very good. Fill your hollow heart with rage. I'm back now, Aerith. I'm back.
He is back.
We ask that you retrieve it. The black materia, key to our oblivion. Please. It alone can liberate us from this endless dream.
Passing through. You.
Tifa! Whew! Hey guys!
They're getting some sun too, huh?
Barrett, what the? What?
Well, Red, how do we look?
Huh? You should get yourself a reading!
Final Fantasy VII
Gotta
has
be hiding
been
some ginormous
special to
materia.
people for a long time.
Woohoo!
Final Fantasy VII is the game that got people into RPGs for a long time.
You said that Sephiroth is your foe.
Hey, you can call me a weeb
History with him.
You
and a
wouldn't
waifu
believe what he
hunter.
can do.
Minigames, let's go, boys.
Wait, don't misunderstand. you'll need a way home. So when you're ready, I'll be here. An emissary from Wutai is here. Sent by Viceroy
7 isn't
Saru.
big because it was the first on PlayStation.
With all this goddamn blood on my hands, how could I ever hold my daughter again?
Those we hate, those we love, those we fear. Genova would become anyone to fool her prey.
Don't do this!
But I'm no fool.
Sephiroth! Hey!
No, not you.
Here. Take it. This isn't about me, though. It's about saving the world. And you.
The reunion. When spite and sorrow are harvested to feed the planet.
No!
I'm hyped, man. Good argument if you're a gamer can wait for PC to release. This should be coming to PC as well. I think it was after 3 months. They only have 3 months exclusive.
トレーラーはいかがでしたでしょうか。ここからは本作がどのようなゲームなのか、私から皆様にご紹介していきたいと思います。
Wasn't this the ending to the first game? Yes, the ending to the first game. How do you think it's two on the deck? Yeah, he was simulated too.
I'm waiting, Cloud.
But how does Zack
In
play into
Final
all this?
Fantasy VII Remake, Cloud and his companions triumph over destiny. Leaving the city of Midgar behind, they step out into an unfamiliar wilderness. It is here that Final Fantasy VII Rebirth begins.
I still need to play the Yuffie DLC. I haven't played that yet.
The stage upon which this ragtag band story unfolds is both vast and varied. The world is made up of multiple regions, all seamlessly
Cosmo
interconnected.
Canyon. Look, just
The
show us the most
grasslands.
important place.
Located due south of Midgard,
The Golden
this is where
Saucer.
Cloud and the gang resume their adventure. The Junon region,
I know, right?
where a
Did you?
metropolis by the same name overlooks the ocean, a symbol of Shinra's military
Shadow
might.
Miner, there is no history. There is absolutely none.
The Corel
Every game
region.
is individual.
The resort town of Costa del Sol adorns its northern shore, while the Gold Saucer stands as a gilded oasis above the Dust Bowl far to the south.
Yeah, let's go.
The Gingaga region. Pay tribute to Zack by exploring his hometown, or visit what remains of the local Mako reactor. The Cosmo Canyon region. Become one with the planet as you return to Red 13's roots.
How are they linked?
The Nebel region.
Just because they have reoccurring themes? The stories are all
Take a
individual.
trip down memory lane with Cloud and Tifa. Or stop by Shinra Manor, where Vincent rests in peace. Your adventure will even extend to the high seas.
I'll cover
There's
it in a
more
little
to
bit,
do
Shadow
than
Miner.
simply walk around, however. First, let's look at world intel. Assisting Chadley with his research will deepen his understanding of the world, allowing him to develop new materia. This research takes many forms, such as wrangling chocobos, or playing with the Mooglets at their mog stools. You may also come across sanctuaries brimming with knowledge of divine entities, or lairs inhabited by fearsome, unique foes. Chadley will also enlist
Let's
your
go,
help in
PS1.
researching mysterious artifacts known as proto-relics. Each investigation is its
PlayStation 1,
own side
let's
story, featuring a colorful cast of characters, exciting new minigames, and ferocious creatures. Are you up for the challenge? And once you recover all the proto-relics scattered throughout the world, there's no telling what new developments might be in store. Next, let's talk about odd jobs. These quests offer a deep dive into the regions of the world and the crazy characters who inhabit them. As a merc, Cloud will accept work from people he meets in his travels and team up with his pals to solve their troubles. By helping those in need, he will also strengthen the bonds between him and his comrades. Each one of these odd jobs boasts a unique side story. Some, like Johnny's questline, borrow aspects from the original FF7, while others highlight content exclusive to Rebirth. You'll find all sorts of jobs the world over. And don't worry if you leave some for later. Story progression won't affect your side hustle. You can always go back to tie up loose ends. And this freedom to experience the story how you want is one of Rebirth's greatest strengths.
Oh my god, that's going to be a nightmare.
While some mini-games are tied to world intel and odd jobs, many are not. For example, popular ones from the Gold Saucer, such as 3D Brawler, G-Bike, and Chocobo Racing, are in Final Fantasy VII Rebirth 2. Others improve upon their remake versions, while still more are completely new to Rebirth. We've even fleshed out some of the minigames that were featured as part of the original Final Fantasy VII's main scenario. Though this one is not in the original, I highly suggest you check out the card game, Queen's Blood. No matter where you are in the story, it's sure to both challenge and entertain you. Enjoy collecting all the cards and building your own unique decks.
He's planning to use the black materia, but I won't let that happen. He has to be stopped by a Cetra, and I'm the last.
While mini-games and map exploration are a big part of Rebirth's charm, there's more to it than just that. Rebirth provides a cinematic experience with even higher quality content and more of it than Remake. This installment follows Cloud and company after they escape Midgard, up through to their arrival at the Forgotten Capital. We've taken painstaking care to depict how the group bonds during their journey, one that ultimately decides Aerith's fate.
I mean, you can say that again,
DJ. Rebirth, I'm sure you'll agree that no other game makes you feel quite this close to its characters.
Not even him.
As for the graphics,
they've changed the story,
Rebirth
though.
Makes full use of the PlayStation 5 and its SSD.
They've definitely changed
meaning
the story.
We could use much higher resolution assets than we could in Remake. And they will still load in the blink of an eye. Maintain a 60 FPS frame rate with performance mode.
What?
Or prioritize 4K resolution with graphics mode. Whichever you prefer. Rebirth has you covered.
Nah, we're doing performance, boys. We're doing performance. We need that
Each
60
character
FPS.
interacts with the world in their own way. Barrett shoots objects. Yuffie swings across gaps. Tifa has her grappling gun. Red can climb along walls. Kate Sith grabs and throws items.
Nah, this will be
Aerith
fun on 16, just like the original remake.
Whatever
I don't know what was
challenges
wrong
you
with
face,
16.
Your teammates will be ready to help you overcome them. Now for the music. We wanted to pay respect to the original FF7's tracks.
I know, right, Grunge?
But also challenge ourselves by matching the feeling of each scene, which resulted in some truly innovative arrangements. Like, for example, the following. How was that? If you enjoyed what you heard, we recorded well over 400 new tracks for this game, so there's plenty more where that came from.
Thank you for choosing Bronco Cruises.
Hey, there's Vincent.
Sincerely hope you enjoyed your trip with us.
I'm Sid.
Your party's bonds aren't just reflected in the story, but through gameplay as well.
Hey,
The choices you make throughout your adventure will change the way your comrades feel towards Cloud.
Yeah. Place I made that promise to you.
These feelings affect who will join you on a date in a gold saucer. Something I'm sure many of you are excited about. In fact, even allies who weren't available in the original FF7 can now accompany you, provided you play your cards right. The saucer is packed with many incredible sights to see and things to do. So your outing there will no doubt be a highlight of the game. Already have someone who you'd like to go with?
Damn right, Atty.
Cloud?
Well, we hope they feel the same way too. Your companions will share a bond not
Don't judge
only
me,
with Cloud,
Atty. Don't judge
but
me.
with each other as well. Your party level, a numerical expression of this bond, will increase as you overcome challenges.
I'm going to accompany you.
They've actually been talking about
level,
that.
the more skills will become available in your character's folios, a mechanic new to Rebirth. By unlocking the skills etched in these tones, your characters will grow stronger and learn new synergy commands. Part of what makes Rebirth's combat so fun is all the different character combinations. Switch up your team to fit the situation, or even your mood. Every possible party combination has its own unique synergy commands. So once you find characters that work for you, focus on tweaking their skills to match your combat needs. And don't be afraid to experiment. You can reset your folios at any time.
That's cool.
With new characters and synergy commands at your disposal, Remake's satisfying hybrid of action combat and strategic planning has been made even more dynamic and engaging. We can't wait for you to experience all this and more in Final Fantasy VII Rebirth on PlayStation 5.
Just one summon.
本作のクリエイティブディレクターの野村哲也です。いかがだったでしょうか。広大な世界で描かれるクラウドたちの物語にどうぞご期待ください。最後になりましたが、皆様に重要なお知らせがあります。
I don't think they want to make it 3D. They said it would take too long.
ファイナルファンタジー7リバースを先行してプレイしていただける体験版を配信いたします。
It's available right now.
この体験版では物語の重要なポイントとなるニブルヘイム事件が収録されており、クラウドやセブロスを操作することができます。さらに今回の体験版では発売までの間にアップデートが入り、ジュノンエリアの一部を探索できる追加デモが開放されます。本作の特徴である自由度の高いエリア探索を体験してください。詳細な情報は公式サイトや SNS をご確認ください。ぜひこの豪華な体験版をお楽しみいただきつつ、本作の発売をお待ちください。
Leave them. They said it would just take too long. Yeah.
Don't give up now, you guys.
Man, this stream's so getting demonetized, it's not even funny. Oh, come on, why do they have to constantly show off hardware, man? Sony trying to sell that hardware like its life is depending on it. Not available for other formats until the 5th of June, 2024. Is that it? Yep. All right, let's just quickly go back here. I think it was here. Not available on other formats until at least the 5th, well, May 29th, 2024. Vertical stand sold separately. So yeah, this is going to PC quite soon. This is going to go to other platforms quite soon. But yeah. No. Can I play this on Switch? No. But yeah, if you look at the other Final Fantasy games, they're different. They've all got their unique story. So you've got Final Fantasy 1, 2, 3, 4. They're all unique stories. I mean, the thing that binds them together is generally there's 4 Warriors of Light. It's about the Mother Crystal. You've got summons. There's always a Cid, but it's a different character. So they've got like running themes throughout the whole thing. But the characters themselves are completely different. The stories are entirely different. The only ones that kind of have sequels is, well, Final Fantasy IV does, but the sequel to it is completely different. You've got Final Fantasy VII, which had spin-offs on the PS2, but they are pretty much long gone. Final Fantasy X has Final Fantasy X and X-2, so that's actually a direct sequel. 13 has 13, 1, 2, and 3, and that's it. Every single Final Fantasy entry other than that is a unique story. Yeah, but they're still different. They're still their own unique story. No, it's not Shadow Miner. So if you wanted to play Final Fantasy VI and then went to Final Fantasy 1 and then Final Fantasy X and then Final Fantasy 3, you can perfectly do that and your experience wouldn't be hampered in any way, shape or form, because outside of the running theme of the Mother Crystal, 4 Warriors of Light, summons, nothing changes. Everything else is different, sorry. It was supposed to be, and then it got butchered. It was supposed to be 13 verses. It was supposed to be a few thousand years later. So even that is kind of pushing out. I got that pair of headphones. And I got my Starfield ones. I'm good. I'm good. I got enough headphones. I don't need another set of headphones. I'm old and don't pay much attention anymore, so I can't remember better examples. Lightning, yep. Pretty much, Mr. Digit. But chat, that's it. That's it. I think that's a really good place to stop. But, you know, I think 7 Rebirth looks good. I think they did a lot there to make it different. But I want to know how Zach plays into all of it. How is Far Cry connected? And is Aerith still alive? I mean, I know that's a bit of a spoiler, but the game's been out since 1997, so I'm definitely buying Waifu Fantasy 7 Rebirth. Waifu for sure. Well, those wraiths that are in the game from the first one, from Remake, they kind of changed the story a little bit. And even when 7 Remake deviated from the story, they kind of set it back on its path. You know, with the death of certain characters. Well, Final Fantasy 1 to 10, well, I guess to 1 to 10 was turn-based. 11 was more freestyle. Well, 11 was MMO. 12 was more freestyle. 13 freestyle. No, 13 was back to turn-based. 14 is MMO. 15 was free. 16 is Devil May Cry. And, well, 7 Rebirth is kind of like a hybrid. But yeah, it's a different world, different story, but the gameplay is kind of similar, yeah. You can think of it that way. GameSlounge, I'm on the fence of Final Fantasy 7 Emo Rebirth. I mean, I can get that. I can get that. How are they going to bring back Zack and then still the Aerith? I mean, you saw them at the beginning, right? They were still alive, both of them. It was very geared towards people going through puberty. The remake wasn't at all. The remake was different, but the remake was still a good game. But hey, we can check it out tomorrow if you want. Or we can check out Foam Stars if I'm about tomorrow. What's this? Dude is digging out 10-year-old tweets. My spelling needs to be better as well. I played part 1 of the remake. Was a 4 out of 10 for me. Look. Hey, if you didn't enjoy the remake, you're not going to enjoy this. That's what I would say. Because it's going to be more of the same. What is it with you and Gollum? That game still has 10 hours. 10! 100% Cesano. 100%. Oh my god. Guys. A live service game is having free updates. This is a massive, massive win for PlayStation. I mean, for fuck's sake, that's the win that PlayStation fans are bloody going on now? Come on. You can't be doing this. Hey, we're releasing a live service game. We're making you pay full price. And we're also going to give you live free updates. Hey, there's Cliffo. So these are the Foam Stars microtransactions. Ooh, what are they? £36 for that? Man, Square Enix, no. Ah. Man, those characters look like bloody Dreamcast characters. What the fuck? I mean, still, if you got PlayStation Plus, still download it because it's free right now. Well, my prediction outcome from next week's Xbox Business Update show. Best case scenario, Game Pass tiers will change. I've been saying this for a while. That's a given. Game Pass Ultimate will now be the only tier for day one Game Pass games. I've been suggesting this is going to come eventually anyway. That makes sense because giving them away for the $5.99 tier just isn't financially feasible. ABK and Bethesda Day 1 launches will also only be on Game Pass Ultimate. That makes sense. Actually, I think they're going to increase another tier for ABK, but we'll see. All tiers below Game Pass Ultimate will not have day and date games anymore. We'll most likely have to wait 6 months. I think 6 months is a bit of a stretch. With even lower tiers not seeing these games unless they upgrade. Well, I mean, Game Pass Core is not going to see it at all. There's only one tier below it, so in that 6 months, those titles will come to Game Pass while also going to other consoles. Okay, that I can potentially see that. PlayStation, Nintendo, Dreamcast. What? Game Pass Ultimate will give the benefit of being the first to play these games earlier and play them at launch. Call of Duty and ABK games, Diablo, etc. will only be on Game Pass Ultimate. Older ABK family-friendly games, Crash, Spyro, etc. will be on lower, maybe older Call of Duty 2. Xbox Game Studios will be on all Game Pass tiers because that is the core of Xbox, right? The Xbox Game Studios games, like I've been saying, are the core. Rare, Obsidian, etc. With, again, only Game Pass Ultimate experiencing day one goodness. Xbox will continue making consoles for maybe another 4 years, ending with the hybrid cloud digital console. Nope, I don't believe in that at all. I think they've still got maybe they've got one, they've got a maximum 2 in them. Ultimately closing out with a cloud console that will let you access Game Pass and Xbox library through their servers. That's the way everything is going. Maybe the controller or a USB-C device connects you to the server using your Wi-Fi or something like that. So basically Stadia. Cloud will be the future. I've been saying this for donkeys now, but no one wants to listen. Cloud Wars, The Empire Strikes Back. I've been saying this. Microsoft is building a war chest for the cloud. This is what they've been. That's always been their end game. So that's no surprise because by the time all this happens, which is in 10-15 years, they want everyone to come over to them. Xbox handheld devices coming in the style of a Steam Deck Rug Ally to access Xbox library along with Game Pass. We've been discussing this already today. Or a collaboration with established PC handheld companies. I don't think that's going to be the case. So Microsoft doesn't have to waste resources on making a handheld. I mean, they'd love to do that, but I would much prefer Microsoft to come out with their own handheld, making it Xbox handheld console, not a PC. Xbox will be rebranded as the Play It Here first console and Play It Day One with Game Pass Ultimate. So remember back when Blade was shown and people were saying, why didn't it show Game Pass? And I said, because the plan is to rebrand Game Pass. That's how I'm seeing. That's what it tells me. If they didn't have it, they were going to rebrand the actual Game Pass entirely. It kind of makes sense now, right? You sent me something on Discord? I'll have a look, dude. Third-party strategy will turn out to be very profitable, having Xbox invest back into its gaming division and Game Pass Ultimate giving it value. Everyone and their grandma will have Game Pass on their phones and TVs. Consoles will only be sold to us nostalgic. Nodes. Oh God, do you guys really want to see this guy? Let's see what chat is saying before I open that. Yeah, Dreamcast felt, I don't know what he's on with the Dreamcast. Chaos, as soon as you mentioned Foam Stars, that didn't sound very energetic. Go away, Green Goblin. New Dreamcast confirmed? Man, I would buy a new Dreamcast in a heartbeat. Too much of this feels wrong. I think a lot of that is wish-wash, honestly. ABK and Bethesda going day one to Game Pass Ultimate seems logical. I mean, the mid-tier that they have that doesn't have online capability, I don't even know why that exists, honestly. I mean, what's the point of Game Pass without the internet? But I guess you got the single-player games, right? All tiers below Game Pass will not have day and date. I mean, I saw this coming from a mile away. It might not happen, but I think, you know, the moment ABK was purchased, I saw this coming. Because there's no way that they're going to put Activision Blizzard games onto a $5.99 subscription. I just never saw that happening. But I don't see... I don't know about the 6 months. That feels a little... Even for the core members, that seems a little far stretch. Not the core members, the normal Game Pass thing. That seems a little far stretch to me. That doesn't seem right. Game Pass Ultimate will give the benefit of being the first to play these games earlier and play them. Like I was saying earlier, it's a possibility that they're going to split ABK and ZeniMax as a separate entity and keep Xbox Game Studios permanently exclusive. So that's the thing that he's mentioning there. I still think ZeniMax is up for debate though, but ABK 100% is going to be split. Like I've got no shadow of doubt that one is going to be split. But ZeniMax, I think, is way up for debate. Older Activision Blizzard titles, family-friendly games, Crash, Spyro, etc. will be on lower, maybe older Call of Duty 2. I mean, that kind of makes sense. Basically, they're talking about the back catalogue. But this one over here is what I was saying with, what's his name? Paris. Xbox Game Studio games will be on Game Pass all tiers and will only be, and will stay there and will be fully exclusive. Because Microsoft want to return on their investment. It's that simple. Because what's happening with Bethesda and ABK is all those games heading to PlayStation 2 or just certain? I think it's going to be certain ones. But right now, nothing. Right now, nothing is happening. This isn't coming from Microsoft, by the way. This is just coming from Xbox Fanboy that's just giving his opinion on the best case scenario. I think there are much better best case scenarios than this, like the stuff me and Paris described earlier today in our discussion. So I wouldn't heed too much into this. I might make a short video tomorrow just breaking this down and dissecting it a little bit. Stop reporting on Xbox if you're backing them going forward. Influencers like you make me sick. You literally ran to the other team within 24 hours of the rumors. You don't deserve Xbox, and Xbox certainly doesn't deserve you. Your credibility as an Xbox guy is shot. Sorry. Did I do that right? Did I do that right, chat? Did I do that right, chat? Did I do that right? God, you make the most convoluted and nonsensical predictions. GPU increase with a cheaper tier added. Include day and date. ABK not on Game Pass. Look, like I said, there's a lot here that's I can dissect in a video. I don't agree with a lot of this. Actually, I don't agree with like 80% of this. One thing I will agree is that ABK games will only be available on the highest tier. I can see that. The moment they bought ABK, that was instantly an alarm bell for me. That was going to happen. Xbox Game Studios is the games that's going to be everywhere. The only enigma here is ZeniMax. Me too, Woodpit. And I've said it all the time until we get the official confirmation. It's thing. But you know, Chaos. I would love to see Phil come out and say no to PlayStation. That would, Josh. Can you guys? Can you imagine if Phil came out and said, "By the way, hey chat, hey guys, just listen. The rumors are fake. We just wanted to see how you'd react, and I'm happy to tell you that it's still exclusive to your Xbox." And then you're just going to see everyone rushing back to get their Xbox. I knee-jerked. I sold my Xbox Series X. Funny thing is, if this coming week turns out to be positive, I can't just buy a new one and not have that launch console worries. I'm sure they will be on sale. Yeah, I mean, I don't... See, Derek, this is the thing with me. I've never understood why people, until it was officially announced, decided to go and sell their console. If PlayStation cannot foot the bill for games like God of War or Spider-Man, how are they going to fund Starfield? Don't see it happening, and porting, publishing. I mean, it could just be available there over the cloud, right? They could announce a PlayStation Cloud service. Not a PlayStation Game Pass service where they can play the games over the cloud. And it'll be through a Game Pass service. It'll be through xCloud. And that would be within what Phil said. You know, Bethesda ZeniMax games will only appear on services where Game Pass exists. Susanna, there's no point in predicting. We can only speculate, but reacting to predictions is just a no-go, man. It's a no-go. I mean, the chances of you actually being spot on are so unlikely. It's phenomenal. It's like I don't know how many of you are into soccer or football, right? There was a game between Manchester United and Tottenham. They're two football clubs. Tottenham was winning 3-0 at half-time. Manchester United was getting slaughtered, right? And so this guy decided that he would go and bet his whole life savings on Tottenham to win. I mean, 45 minutes has gone. You're 3-0 up. Moods are down on the other team. You know, it's a sure win. He went and bet his whole life savings. I think it was like 70, 80,000 pounds on Tottenham to win. And whatever he was going to get was just a bonus, right? Because there's no way you're going to lose a free goal lead. And he predicted that there's just no way that's going to happen. Man United ended up winning 5-3. They scored 5 goals in the second half, and he lost his whole life savings. He lost his whole life savings in 45 minutes. So you can never predict what's going to happen. So when is PS Plus coming to Xbox? When it goes to PC, that will be the beginning. That will be when the balls start rolling, Ventura. And PS Plus is going to PC. So I've been sent this link.
What's up, Gabriel?
Are you guys really sure you want to watch this? Phil Spencer confirms Xbox is dead. Because I don't see how it's dead. I don't listen to Mehmet. It's in real life, Golem. Golem. Why is it every time I pause this guy, he looks so just disturbing? Why? Why is it every time I pause him, he looks so just not right?
First Dreamcast guy here, talking today about the idea of Xbox versus PlayStation, because the console wars have been going on for almost 2 decades. The clash between PlayStation and Xbox has been going since the early 2000s, all the way up to today. Now we have the PlayStation 5 grappling against the Xbox Series X, and it's been fascinating to watch the different tactics of Sony versus Microsoft. PlayStation is putting out some incredible exclusives. Stuff like God of War Ragnarok and Spider-Man and Returnal are not just selling copies of the games themselves, they're provably selling systems. Whereas Xbox, they've definitely found themselves in a weird spot. They're just not able to sell Xboxes, and now, according to a huge leak, it sounds like they've just given up. Everything that's actually coming to Xbox, including Starfield, Sea of Thieves, Hi-Fi Rush, everything that's going to Xbox is also going to come to the PlayStation. The Xbox brand is pretty much dead, and it's been confirmed by Phil Spencer himself.
Return on certain consoles? No way.
But let's take a look at what he said. Hi, I'm Dreamcast Guy. If you enjoyed this video, be sure to give it a like and subscribe if you haven't already. Real quick, serious note. Unfortunately, a couple weeks back, obviously, my mother very suddenly died. Now my father has stage 4 cancer that he's battling against. Kind of popped up. So I like making YouTube videos more than anything else. That's like my favorite thing to do in the entire world. So there's still going to be content, but if there is occasionally a news story that I miss or a review that's late, I'm sure you guys will be understanding. But obviously, family's dealing with a lot. But okay, so sorry. Try not to tear myself up. So, video games. Over the course of the last 24 hours, ever since this news story broke, most of the Xbox YouTubers have been turning against each other. People have been absolutely getting feral. People are mad. I've actually seen Xbox YouTubers quitting. I've seen people saying that Microsoft is an evil company, and it's because
they have, Susano. Xbox creators have been going at each other like crazy. And I've seen this, I've been in group chats where they've been doing this. I've been in private chats where they've been doing this, or just seeing the discourse over on social media. They have, and it's really, really weird to see, right? Hey, look, look at that pause. You can't make this shit up. But it's really sad that, you know, they've actually got to that position. Like, why? Like, the reality is, right, until anything is officially known, it's all rumors. Now, if Microsoft comes out tomorrow and says, right, guys, this is the reality, nothing is coming to Game Pass day one. Xbox games, everything is going everywhere. You then know for a fact that all of this is happening. This is the way it's going to be. And then you as a consumer can then make that choice once you have the relevant information on you to whether you want to sell your console, abandon the Xbox platform, do whatever you like. But these people have lost their fucking minds without any concrete information and just listening to The Verge, which says considering continuously with every single article that they post, listening to IGN, listening to all these tweets about so-called people knowing 100% that all of these games are going across. Then they get one fucking tweet that text message that comes along, and then they all backpedal, changing their fucking minds. I'm sorry, it sounds so stupid. They're not children. They are not kids. These are grown men who can't, take step aside for 3 seconds and actually use that noggin, the brain inside their noggin. For God's sake, they're not kids. Like, I was talking to my son about this, and he was like, well, it's clear that they want money, so whatever. As long as I get the games, I don't care. Literally his response. But he's like a, casual, filthy PC Master Race thing, so, we can just brush him aside anyway. But these are influencers who have, stuck their neck out for Xbox, been there day one, not even waiting until, the hammer is down to find out anything, and they're jumping ship, shitting all over it. I get having a response. I get reacting. But talking about, Xbox is dead and this and that and then going at each other, come on, that's just rubbish. That is absolutely goddamn stupid. That should not be happening. I get having an opinion. I get not wanting it to happen. I get turning around and saying that this should not be happening. This is not the way. This is disrespecting the Xbox community. But to say that, we've seen like a Clobro basically post on Resetera, he's done, he's quit, he's out, with nothing even confirmed. Like, why? Just admit that you wanted to jump ship anyway. But it just shows that they wanted to jump ship. They've been looking for a reason to just jump off this ship. Because if you actually was an Xbox fan through and through, if you was as big of an Xbox fan as you say you was, number one, you would at least wait until there is official information before you make a decision. And even then, if it still makes sense after the official information that you're going to get your games 6 months to a year in advance on Game Pass Ultimate before everyone else, that might be something that you're willing to be okay with. But you make that decision then. As a consumer, you speak with your own wallet. But reacting to rumors, that's just dumb. That doesn't make any sense. Chaos will be ABK games be on Game Pass for console. It looks like they're gonna, like we were saying this with Paris as well. It looks like they're gonna be locked on to. We think they're gonna be locked on to Game Pass Ultimate. I was saying that there might actually be an introduction of a new tier, Game Pass Ultimate plus ABK, but we'll see.
Because the fact that the games that they have chosen to believe in, the games that they're the most.
What do you mean, Susano? Derek, that's it's fine. What, selling your console on a rumor? How is that speaking with your wallet? It's a rumor. If it comes out that nothing like this was actually transpiring and what they were actually just talking about was ABK, you sold your console for nothing. Because we've seen nothing from ABK. Absolutely zero. So if all of this conversation that's been happening was just because of ABK and what's going to happen to ABK games, you technically would have sold your console for nothing. Because there's clearly discussions going on. And they haven't come to a decision. And, as we all know, Xbox is notoriously shit at communication. I think everyone knows that. And they are always reactive rather than retroactive. They will never learn. So they have a part to play in this as well, 100%, without a shadow of doubt. I'm not saying they're innocent here, but I also think people overreacted way too early.
Most excited about, that they are the most passionate about, are now just losing any sort of brand uniqueness. Starfield, sounds like Blade may come to the PlayStation 5. Even Indiana Jones, which is probably their biggest project right now. Hellblade 2. Everything is coming to the PlayStation 5. And it sounds like, according to the leaks themselves, even people inside of Xbox are not super pleased about this. And I think that makes sense. People are passionate about, like, hey, I'm an Xbox employee. I'm making the best Xbox games. Oh, now I also have to make it on the PlayStation 5. people are also just freaking out because this does feel like a lie.
There you go.
Some of the biggest content creators like ClyoBrow, I've obviously quoted this guy in hundreds of videos. He is the guy that I feel like is the best at championing the good qualities of Xbox. And he's basically saying, hey, it's gone. There is no longer any trust and credibility to the brand of Xbox, so I've just decided that I'm going to step back and retire the ClyoBrow persona. I don't want to talk about Xbox games anymore.
It's Clobril. There's no Cly in there. Where you getting the Cly is triggering me. Well, it's Clobril. It's Clobril. Where's the Cly coming? Just wondering, I guess if this is observation bias or something like that at play. I mean, it could be. It could be.
This is wild because I think it's showing the fact that right now, even if you do enjoy Xbox games, even if you love Halo or you're obsessed with the idea of the next Gears of War, these games aren't Xbox games. They're just Xbox Game Studio games. You can play them anywhere from your cell phone to your PlayStation to maybe even your Nintendo Switch. Well, here it is. This is why people are currently freaking out about it because...
Hey, Derek, if you was right, at least you got the best buck for your money, right? There's always that to look forward to.
This seemingly just got confirmed. The leaks happened yesterday at 4 p.m., so exactly 24 hours ago from when I recorded this video. I did an initial...
It always sounds like Susano that he's about to cry every single time he opens his mouth.
Take when it first came out, but it's bizarre. This is Phil Spencer. This is the head of Xbox saying this. We're listening and we hear you. We're planning a business update for next week where we look forward to sharing more details about our vision for the future of Xbox. Stay tuned. Okay, so that sounds 100% like he's confirming the leaks. If the...
What? How the fuck does that sound like he's confirming the leaks? What? Make it make sense. Make it make sense. He's as dumb as the people. Oh my god. Oh my god.
The leaks weren't true, Xbox is pretty good about dispelling rumors. They'll usually just...
They're good at dispelling rumors. What are you, a moron? We literally had that discussion 5 minutes ago in the chat where Derek asked, why didn't they do this? And I think my response was pretty much, you know, agreeable to everyone in here. Microsoft is absolutely the worst company to come out and dispel rumors. Derek? Oh. That's how you make it make sense. You should always wait for an official statement. Never sell anything. Never cancel Game Pass. Xbox is terrible at communication frequently and really bad at advertising. Mate, what advertising? What advertising? I actually tried to get some info because we do work for Microsoft directly today, but unfortunately, there's no... I can say this much. There is nothing PlayStation branded coming from Microsoft to us. We're a marketing agency. And there's no, and we do like advertising for Microsoft, Xbox and stuff, and there was nothing branded coming from me. Not saying that it's not going to happen, because obviously they don't want this thing coming out, leaking out, but when I inquired about it today, there was nothing. Like, I don't even see any adverts on bloody YouTube for Xbox or TV. Nothing.
come out and say, hey, that's real, that's fake, this is correct, that's half right. He is just
you guys
saying,
getting dangerously
we're going
close to picking
talk
that
about
next
the
game.
future of Xbox.
That's all I'm saying.
It sounds like Xbox is
You
just
guys are getting
becoming a
dangerously
third-party
close.
studio like Sega is, but they also will have their own box. Right now, Phil Spencer is trending worldwide. All the replies, as you can see, are saying, hey, this is the worst thing for gaming. Overall, I'm a PlayStation fanboy.
Number one, you don't know where I work. Two, not really, but at the same time, no one really knows about anything, so...
Competition is good.
And at the end of the day, I am way down the food chain. Way down the food chain. So even if there was something that they were told that they can't talk about, I wouldn't know about it. I just know that there's nothing coming my way. It could be going outsourced, for all I know.
When we all compete, we all win.
Chris,
Bringing
what
Xbox
are you
to
talking
be
about?
multi-platform will devalue the platform. Please don't. Literally every single one. People being like, hey, I can't wait to buy Xbox games on PlayStation. Man. Yeah, a lot of people basically saying that the next week is going to be very, very toxic because now Xbox people are just going to be ripping each other's throats out for an entire week. It's just wild to see this actually take place because of the statements by Phil Spencer. He has gone on record himself as the head of Xbox talking about how they're excited to make sure that games run best on Xbox and the power of Xbox games. He's even said how great games like Redfall were going to be, even though that turned out to be a wet turd. Like, it's weird that they are just straight up giving up on the idea of the walled garden approach of, hey, come to Xbox to play Xbox games. I mean, now they're just saying, hey, it doesn't matter about our ecosystem or our controller. Play it anywhere as long as we get our cash. Man, God, I hope the rumors are true. The potential decision is
Hey, Goggle Poe. I appreciate that, dude. Thanks so much. I appreciate the support. His viewership is all over the place, mate. His viewership, I mean, he also has like almost 240,000 subs, so he's doing all right for himself, getting 50k views a video. That's a healthy channel. That's a healthy channel.
disappointing from my perspective as a user. I appreciate everyone playing, but the way it's being announced and the transition doesn't seem right. Hopefully things will be clarified. A lot of people are just straight up saying,
agreed, Derek.
Man, those Xbox numbers must have been horrendous. The fact that they're tapping out, like, something people have been pointing out is how bizarre it is to watch all the freaking Xbox fans completely ripping each other to bits. And I do think part of it is the idea of all the other leaks going around. There's talks about the...
I've not been ripping anyone apart, but hey, I'm too small. I don't even get invited to hangouts because I'm so small. Or maybe because I just talk a lot of sense.
That we're going to get a PlayStation 5 Pro, maybe at some point late this year. What happens when games like Starfield come out on the PlayStation 5 Pro? Consider that. What if an Xbox exclusive like Starfield ends up running better on the PlayStation? What does that actually mean for Xbox?
Do you know what? Let me just fix something. Let me fix something because I know you guys are asking for it, and so I know. I see it in chat. I see it in chat. Come on.
Xbox. Why would anybody ever buy an Xbox if every game is going to look better, play better, be better on PlayStation? It's just bizarre to think about. Now, there's one last tweet I wanted to look at, which again is by Ryan McCaffrey. This guy, one of the biggest Xbox components. He's a guy who's run one of the biggest Xbox podcasts of all time. He is, a lifelong diehard Xbox ecosystem fanatic. Obviously, he has raised some fair complaints when it's necessary, but he's definitely Team Green. And I don't mean that as an insult. He's a guy who loves the Xbox.
I mean, Team Green? I mean, he's the weirdest Team Green I see. He kind of, he's there for the good runs, but as soon as shit hits the fan, he's Team Blue.
Xbox, the way I love the PlayStation, the way that people love the Nintendo Switch. And he said this: I respect the hell out of Phil, but constructive criticism time. Their messaging is always reactive rather than proactive. Their brand is in a constant defensive state. It's been this way since 2013. It makes them look weak. Sony and Nintendo aren't like this. And I gotta agree. Phil Spencer is in a weird spot where constantly it feels like Xbox is trying to be like, oh, we can do that too. Oh, we're responding to the rumors. Oh, we're trying to adapt to this evolving industry. We need to make these acquisitions to keep up with the big games that...
Captain Crunch, that has been Ryan's position all along. If anything good happens with Xbox, he will be there to sing its praises. But the moment the shit hits the fan, he just jumps on the other side instantly because it's less headache for him. He would just go on the offensive and just start criticizing. I mean, there is some valid criticism of what he said because their communication is shit. Their marketing is shit. We all know this. But it's not like it's something that's new. It's not like something that's just magically happened. It's been historically shit since the original days.
PlayStation is putting out. Sony and Nintendo are focused on their homework. They're making games. They're advertising. They're doing their state of plays. They're doing their Nintendo Directs. They're pounding their chest. And
what state of play? Fuck me. What state of plays? You mean the mystical ones that went unicorn hunting in 2023? You mean the ones with baby steps? What state of play? You mean the secret showcase that was on Pornhub? What's he saying?
Taking their victory laps accordingly, whereas Xbox just keeps taking the fattest L's. Last year, I made a video called Xbox is Giving Up on Xbox, where I had a thought. At the time, I just had a feeling that this was coming. And at the time, people got pretty pissed. I think I got a lot of fair criticism. A lot of people just weren't happy with my speculations of it. But it's bizarre that it turned out I was correct. Even I am surprised that I was correct because really I thought there's no way that Xbox is going to pivot away from Xbox. But here we are. It's actually happening. Personally, there is some great Xbox exclusives that I love. I've got an Xbox Series X. In fact, right here. Look at this. It's my Xbox Series X. You're not going to be happy about it, but I was using it to prop a door open right here. But hey, look, I do own an Xbox Series X.
I mean, do you see how even then he just couldn't say a nice thing about the console? He had to turn it around into a negative.
gonna buy Xbox Series X games on PlayStation 5. I'll play Hellblade twice. I'll play it on Game Pass, and if I love it, I'll buy it again so I can platinum it on my PlayStation. I play stuff on PC all the time. That's Xbox games on Game Pass. But it's weird to think this is the end of Xbox. I don't think there's any chance of a next generation, no mid-gen refresh, anything like that. This is the end of Xbox. And I do...
Oh, man. What the fuck is that face? What the fuck is that? Oh, what the fuck is that face? If, you know, or once the official statement comes out, once the statement comes out, and this does not age well, I am going to release a video. Some of you may like it, may not like it, but I am going to absolutely slaughter him. If the information comes out and it is completely against what he says, I am going to absolutely just, yeah, that video is going to be very fun to make.
I think that in the long run, this is bad for PlayStation.
It is bad for
Phil
PlayStation.
Spencer has been really good about lighting that fire under Sony's ass. I do think that Sony, they're a brand that gets complacent. When they
Derek, they said next week. And the reason why this is bad for PlayStation, because during the PS2 era, when Sony was unstoppable, untouchable, they got really complacent with the PS3. They priced it wrong. They decided to just do sequels and nothing else. No creativity, no nothing. And it was only until Microsoft decided to discontinue the Xbox 360 that the PS3 finally went ahead, because, you know, Microsoft was getting ready for the Xbox One. But if it wasn't for the 360, the PS4's success wouldn't have happened. But now they don't have that. If this happens, they don't have that competition. So for PlayStation gamers, this is an absolute nightmare. On top of this, if Microsoft decide to abandon the console, I'm not saying they are. I'm just saying, you know, I'm doing devil's advocate here. Assuming they are, what stops Microsoft, PlayStation from saying, right, you fuckers, £70 games now are $120. That PS6 has gone from $600 to $1,000 or $1,200. You don't have a choice, really. You're either going to buy this or go build a PC. Oh, and by the way, when we port our games to PC, they're still going to be $120 because we dictate the price. What's going to stop them from doing that? I don't get it. How can I pause this guy in such an amazing fashion? I don't even try. It's like every pause is something different. But, you know, this is really bad for the gaming industry as a whole. So Microsoft going out of the industry is something no one wants. And I wouldn't want Sony to go out of the industry because it would impact Xbox gamers, us gamers, horrendously. After PlayStation 6, they tried charging $600. Remember how that backfired? You're talking about the PS2, right? Yeah. But that backfired because of the competition, right? It backfired because there was competition. If you remove the competition, you have no choice but to stick with that PS3. That's the point I'm making here. Competition is good. Competition keeps people on their toes, and it keeps the companies innovating, because what they're trying to do with their innovation is grab your attention and get you to buy their product. If they're making shit products, you're not going to buy it. But if they produce top quality games, even if you have an Xbox, you might see something over on the PlayStation brand that you like, that's exclusive over there, whether it's God of War, Uncharted, Final Fantasy VII, whatever it is, right? You might see something over there that, you know, you like, that's not available on PC, and you'll buy a PlayStation. But if they become creatively bankrupt and there is nothing there, you won't buy it. And that's where competition kicks in. That's where innovation kicks in. And that's where, you know, competition is paramount, because it keeps them on their toes and makes them, you know, continue to perform to the best they can in order to keep you on their side.
They get too far ahead, they kind of just sit on their hands. Xbox has done a great job of saying, hey, try harder, PlayStation. And without that, I mean, the idea of $100 PlayStation games, $1,000 console, that doesn't seem impossible. If there's only one next-gen system, they can be as toxic as they want to be. But I guess I'm getting worried about stuff. I'm getting worried about step 25, and we're on step 2. But what do you guys think about all this? Are you
step 25? Look, I'm not even trying here, right? I'm not even trying here. Look, I give up. I'm not even trying. I literally ain't even trying here. I'm just pausing to talk. No matter what I do, he can't have a straight face. Literally, it's not possible. I can't wait for Dreamcast now. Shattered face.
Excited for the future of Xbox and the future of PlayStation? Tell me your thoughts in the comments down.
All right, that's that video. Let me save this because I want to actually react to this tomorrow if I've got some time. On some good news, by the way, we are going to see a property tomorrow. I know some of you have been asking what's been happening with that. We are actually going to check out a property tomorrow, and if we like it and everything's good and the landlord is good, my nightmare of looking for a place to live will finally be over. This may potentially mean that my videos are going to, you know, my streams are going to stop for a little bit, maybe, or I'm basically going to be just doing vlogs for videos until I get set up again, because I won't be able to do anything without having internet because I'm going to be moving. So just keep that in mind, but I will update you all nearer the time when that's happening. So Game Pass is Xbox now? I mean, Game Pass has always been Xbox, right? Thanks, George. Glad you liked the vid I sent you on Discord. Yeah, that was awesome, man. I do know they have to change the format of Game Pass, though, because it's not sustainable to keep having new releases day one. It's great for gamers, but it's got to be hell on their end. Well, there's 3 tiers for Game Pass, right? Let's, Game Pass tiers. Let's just go here. Here we go. Okay, so this is the core, which is $9.99 a month or $60. This will not get, you know, if the new structure, what I'm thinking and others are thinking is going to happen, is coming, it's going to be, this is not going to get day one. I don't even know why this exists, but that's not going to get day one ABK or ZeniMax games. Neither is this one. This will get all the day one stuff. So where you've got here like EA Play and whatnot, this will get it, the ABK games and the ZeniMax games, and then, you know, when it's got thing. Because, you know, they need to push Ultimate to be able to thing. I mean, Marcus, I have a gaming PC, but I still would sign up to Game Pass. I've got Game Pass Ultimate. I actually get a lot of value from it, and I save money from it. Hey, Taz gifting 5 member subs. Damn, Green Goblin. Diablo, Saints Reborn 311, The Mayhanist, Mind, and Solid Armor. Need to add that to my list. Thank you very much, Taz, for those gifted memberships. You are all automatically on the Subscriber Plus, I believe. So that is awesome. Thank you so much. That is $25. That's amazing. Thank you. You need Ultimate because it includes EA. Well, EA membership over here is on PC as well. For those of you that are members, do feel free to join my Discord. Well, my Discord is open to everyone, so everyone can join. But for members, there's like exclusive sections where I post stuff for you guys there, updates, and you get like, if the YouTube notifications and stuff don't work, you'll get them through there. But I also like post the stuff on other areas as well. But you'll get like a special tag and stuff. PC Game Pass will get nerfed. Everything's going to be on Game Pass Ultimate. But like I said, I get enough value from Game Pass Ultimate for it to be worthwhile to me. At the end of the day, everyone is going to be different. How everyone plays their games is going to be different. So, you know, take that with a grain of, you know, you have to be the judge of that. But as they continue to buy studios, as they continue to buy and expand, they, you know, putting anything on these ones just isn't sustainable. And honestly, I just don't see the value in this one at all. What they should do here is get rid of this and just merge console and core together and just make it, well, I guess this one is here because you can get a year's supply for $60, for $60. So that's why that exists. Which one, Susano? The layoffs? Well, Marcus, what can I say? I don't think anyone really cares. No offense. Game Pass is, you know, you don't have to download cracked games. You can go to Steam and buy Steam games as a PC user. Just saying. Eliminate sub-requirements for online play. I mean, technically, it kind of has been. Well, it hasn't, but $60. I mean, they make too much money on it, right? I mean, I'm just on Game Pass Ultimate, and once that, if it stops becoming valuable for me, then I'll move along. But for now, Game Pass Ultimate costs, I think it's about like 100 and I thought it was 130, but it's actually like £155. So playing 3 games a year pays for the whole subscription. I'm gonna play Avowed, I'm gonna play Hellblade, and I'm gonna be playing Indiana Jones. I've already made my money. At $70 each, that's £210. And yes, I get it. People care about owning their games. I don't. If I've played a game once, the chances of me replaying it are extremely unlikely, almost non-existent. Sorry, £50, whatever it is. It's £50. But even if all 3 of them were £50, it would still come to the same price as what I'm paying for Game Pass Ultimate for the whole year. Just from those 3 games. I'm playing, what is it? Persona 3 Reload. That's already additional value. I'm playing Palworld. That's additional value. I'm playing other indie games. That's additional value. You know, there's a bunch. There's a Resident Evil 2. Was it that was released a little while ago on Game Pass? I'm looking to play that. That's additional value. Resident Evil 3 just came on. That's additional value. I am making my money and then some. Sorry, saving money and then some by going Ultimate. As long as it's profitable to me, I will continue subscribed. Simple math and value don't make sense. Only chaos and disarray. Simple math. Yeah. Once I finish the game, it's gone. I don't come back to it. Like, Alan Wake 2 is the only game that I haven't uninstalled yet because the new update adds a new ending to the game. So I actually want to go and see the ending. That is the only reason I haven't uninstalled Alan Wake 2. I didn't even finish Kong. That got uninstalled. Gollum, that game was 40 gig. There's no way that game was staying on my PC. I got Ultimate because I've got PC and Xbox Series X. Yeah, I've got the 2 as well. Funny enough, I own most of the AA games in Game Pass because most of them are old games. I mean, I went and bought like old 360 games recently, and I think I've got one Xbox One game from a second hand, which was like $5. But it was old. It's like 3-4 years old. Like, was it 3 years old? Something like that. Like, who cares? The free games coming out this like I know for a fact I'm gonna play Avowed, I'm gonna play Hellblade, and I'm gonna play Indie. That's £150 on its own if they release at 50 quid each of them. I've played Persona, I'm playing Resident Evil, I've played Power World, I'm going to play the other Resident Evil. I've made my money already. So, like I said, until it becomes unprofitable, well, unvaluable, then there's no reason for me. Not forgetting the number of indie games that I actually check out, right? I played like a bunch of indie games that I never would try, that I end up actually liking, like Cocoon, for example. I never would have played that. But because it was on Game Pass, I give it a try. I mean, Destiny killed Destiny for me. But I never would have tried it, Sean. But because of Game Pass, I think Diablo will come to Game Pass. It will do. But it will be on the Ultimate tier, if what the assumptions are correct. But I also think, like, if you guys remember during the Blade announcement, where they didn't announce Xbox or they didn't announce, they didn't put the Game Pass logo on there. I said that by the time Blade comes out, Game Pass is going to be rebranded. Does any of you remember this? I made like a number of videos talking about this. I spoke about this in stream, and I said, this is the likely reason, this is where it's heading. That the actual word Game Pass is likely going to be rebranded, and it will take a different form to what it is now. And that is likely why we did not see the word Game Pass on there. And I've said this in multiple videos, in multiple live streams when Blade was there. And, you know, the stuff that, now that this information is coming out, if it is true, it kind of makes sense why they couldn't put it on there, because then they'd have to rebrand everything again. And they couldn't put what it was supposed to be called now or in 6 months' time or whenever this thing is going to go into effect, because they don't release code names, right? Did I play Ark? Yes, I don't like it. I did introducing X-Play. I mean, it could very well be Mr. Digit. How do you even enjoy Power World when you played Ark? It's crazy. Everyone likes Pokemon, right? Everyone wants to catch them all. Pokemon! Blade is like 2026, 27 anyway. Yeah, it's coming for the next Xbox. Wait for me in one shot. Hey, I did the same thing, Tim. I did the same thing. I got my lovely watch here. Beautiful. And it still works. Still working. I love my Starfield watch. Oh yeah, today isn't Friday, is it? I probably should be heading off then. Well, it's Friday today. So before I head off, tomorrow, seeing as Taz has crudely reminded me of, hey, son, it's time to go to bed. Get your ass to bed before I come there with the cane. Telling a grown-ass 40-year-old man to get to bed. Fuck it up. Real question is, why would Xbox third party Stalker 2 and Arc 2 for exclusivity and make their own games third party? Stalker 2 is going to remain first party. They've said that because the way Microsoft supported them. Need add accessory service. But tomorrow, if I've got time to stream, I'll probably talk a little bit about if there's any news going on. Choice is yours. Do we go Foam Stars? Do we go Rebirth? I'm not going Golem. As much as you might want. We can try the demo. We could play the Yuffie DLC that I need to get through. It's 4 hours. I don't know. Fuck's sake, what is it with you guys and Golem? You know what? I quit. Redfall. See, Redfall's good. I like Redfall. Redfall I can do. Golem. Remember G4 TV did not hire those two Playboy Playmates of the year to be easy on the eyes for you. And so the demo is only like probably the first mission. Or if anything, I still need to play the Yuffie DLC, which I haven't done yet. So there's that. And it's 4 hours long. Playing Shrouded. That seems like a long game. For streams that I'm only going to spend like 1 or 2 streams playing that game and not go back to it on stream, it probably isn't the best thing to do. I don't know. We can start with I don't know. We'll see what we're going to do tomorrow. I'm only into 4 hours into remake. You got a long time then. You're going to play the Yuffie DLC as well, right? Just play Brotato. It's fun. I already owned the Steam Deck, but going for achievements on Game Pass. Maybe. We can look at that. That could be fun. This is not giving me a hard time. Sony should make Halo-themed PS5 console. The ports begging begins. I enjoyed 7 Remake. They changed a few things, but it corrected itself by the end. Imagine 40 hours in the same area, but it kind of works. It does work. Oh God, Pal. I could do Pal World. Can you play the Walking Dead game? I don't see the super chats hitting the goal yet, so no. Look, I don't want an aneurysm. Dubs, I don't want brain damage. So at least, you're gonna have to work for it if I'm gonna be giving myself hell. But anyway, folks, today's stream has been amazing. Thank you so much for everyone that's hung out. Hopefully I can do something tomorrow. Feel free to drop by my Discord to stay up to date with the ongoings, or just follow me over at Twitter, and you'll be up to date, or simply just follow the channel and hit that bell so you get notified when I go live. That's it, folks. Thanks a lot. It's been an amazing stream. I've broken my record number of viewers as well, so happy days. Thank you, from the bottom of my heart, and I'll see you in the next one. As always, remain legend. Legend. Bye. Peace out, folks.